Chair, we're live.
Thank you, Ms. Hoskins, and welcome everyone to the Napa County Board of Supervisors meeting. I'm calling this meeting of March 11th, 2025 to order. Could I have roll call, please?
Vice Chair Manfrey. Here. Supervisor Ramos.
Here.
Supervisor Alessio.
Present.
Supervisor Gallagher.
Here.
Chair Cottrell.
Here. And can I ask Jeff Warren to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now I am excited to introduce Minnie, the pet of the week, here with Luis. Good morning, Luis. You did, no problem. And what can you tell me about Minnie?
This is Minnie. Minnie is a 3-year-old Australian cattle dog. She is very much fits the stereotype when it comes to the breed. So as far as having the high energy, running around, the arousal, and if you guys are really familiar with the breed, then you'll know she's big on. She's big on the mouthiness. So if you're used to the breed, that's going to be totally normal. Anything past that, if it's new to you, we'll always walk you through it, explain what it is. So if you have kids or even yourself, there might be times where what they were bred to do is stop cattle from moving certain ways. The way that they communicate with them is to nip at their ankles. So there's already been a couple times back there where she's like, okay, you're not going anywhere. This is as far as you're going. And then she's nipped at me a little bit, but it's just a very soft, gentle nip, but it can be a little intimidating if it's your first time experiencing it. But yeah, Minnie's been at the shelter since February. She's been around other dogs. She does well with other dogs. She's does really well with new people as well, as we kind of saw back there. She's been interacting really well. And even here, she seems really comfortable. But yeah.
I have treats ready for her too. So she's been very social and visiting with people too. So, and just to remind folks that the adoption fees for Minnie will be waived this week. So please come on down to the shelter and get to meet Minnie. Thank you, Luis.
No problem.
I'll hand you the dog treats back even. Yes, let me hand it over to Director Lederer.
Yeah, thank you very much. Steve Lederer, Public Works Director. I just wanted to note that we are very full on large dogs at the shelter, so for the next week, we're actually waiving fees on any large dog at the animal shelter. So come on down.
Great. Minnie and any large dogs adoption fees will be waived. So good to know. Thank you. All right, and next we will move into agenda item number 4, approval of proclamations and commendations. We have 2 proclamations this morning. We're going to take them first, the Red Cross Month proclamation, and then we will do the Women's History Month. I'm going to ask for any public comment on these 2 proclamations. And now I will ask for a vote. May I have a motion to approve the proclamations?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Alessio, second by Supervisor Ramos. All those in favor? Aye. All right. Motions carry unanimously, and I will ask Supervisor Alessio to go to the podium to read the proclamation recognizing March 2025 as Red Cross Month here in Napa County.
Thank you, Chair, for this honor. I'm going to ask Annie Schaefer with American Red Cross to come up here and join me in this. Hi, Annie. Thank you for being here. Okay, the American Red Cross Month, March 2025. Whereas during American Red Cross Month, recognized annually in March, we celebrate the humanitarian spirit of Napa County and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring no one faces a crisis alone. And whereas the work of the American Red Cross to prevent and alleviate human suffering has been vital to strengthening our community resilience, and whereas in times of crisis, people in Napa County have consistently come together to care for one another, the spirit is part of the foundation of our community and is exemplified by the American Red Cross volunteers and donors. And whereas in 1881, Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, turning her dedication for helping others into a bold mission of preventing and alleviating people's suffering. Today, 144 years later, we honor the kindness and generosity of Red Cross volunteers here in Napa County who continue to carry out Miss Barton's life-saving legacy. These local volunteers join millions of people across the United States who volunteer, give blood, donate financially, and or learn vital life-preserving skills through the American Red Cross. And whereas we recognize the month of March in honor of all those who fulfill Clara Barton's noble words, you must never think of anything except the need and how we meet it. And I ask members of the community to join in this commitment. I say continue to join in this commitment. We do this well. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that this Board of Supervisors, County of Napa, State of California, on this 11th day of March 2025, does hereby recognize March as American Red Cross Month in Napa County. On behalf of our community, we commend and extend gratitude to the American Red Cross of the Northern California Coastal Region, their representatives and volunteers for their invaluable contributions to the people of Napa County. Furthermore, this board encourages all members of the community to reach out, learn more, and support the mission of the American Red Cross. From the Board of Supervisors, thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Good to see you again.
Yes.
And we get a photo op.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Should we go like this? Okay, there we go. Oh, let me take off the glasses.
Oh, come on. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A group? Okay. But I would
Picture
want to
or
say.
speak?
Picture.
Picture first.
Okay, let's-
Okay,
yeah.
picture first. Okay.
Come on.
Yes, please do.
Thank you for being
No. Yeah, you too. No problem. I just want to say a couple of things. This is the statement from the Red Cross to remind everybody that we try to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies by mobilizing the power of volunteers and the generosity of donors. My name is Annie Schaefer, and I'm on the board. And I just want to, sorry, my allergies are driving me crazy. But I wanted to say that my particular interest in the Red Cross is hosting blood drives. And we have luckily partnered with American Legion Post 113 over here on Pearl Street, which is a perfect facility to host blood drives. And we're going to be working with them throughout the year, and we have 3 blood drives currently committed to in May, August, and December for this year, which I'm really happy about. And look, couple of little trivia things. Every 2 seconds, somebody in the U.S. needs blood, which is pretty important. And the Red Cross provides almost 40% of the nation's blood need, so that's pretty impressive. But we need you to donate. And one of your donations goes a long, long way and actually can possibly save more than one life at a time for one donation. So please think about it. And the other thing I want to say is sickle cell disease affects 90 to 100,000 people in the U.S., and about 1,000 babies are born with the disease each year. However, what probably isn't known is that these patients require lots and lots of blood. And so there's a definite need there. And the other thing, too, as well, I'm sure, is everybody in the room knows someone who's had cancer. And often with chemo treatments, blood is required. So think about that. If you know someone personally, you could be helping them lengthen their life or at least make them more comfortable or whatever. And I'm going to turn it over to Leland.
Thanks. Hi there, I'm Leland Montel. I'm the program manager for actually Napa and Sonoma. And I just want to say on behalf of all the volunteers, it's an honor to work for the community of Napa. And I want to have a shout out to the Napa Fire Department in particular because they install our smoke alarms and they have joined us in some events that we've had. So anyway, thank you very much. It's a pleasure, and thank you for this honor.
Thank you to the Red Cross volunteers for being here today. At this point, I will come down to the podium and read the proclamation for Women's History Month. And I'd love to ask the members of the League of Women Voters to join me. All right. Women's History Month, March 2025. Women's History Month is an annual national celebration recognizing the remarkable contributions of women to economic, cultural, and social fabric of our society. The theme for this year's Women's History Month is Moving Forward Together, Women Educating and Inspiring Generations. It celebrates the collective strength and influence of women who have dedicated their lives to education, mentorship, and leadership, serving as an inspiration past, present, and future. Virginia Ginny Sims paved the way in January 1973 when she took office as Napa County's first woman supervisor, representing District 4. She was followed by Kathleen McCullough in 1985, District 2, Catherine Winter in 1997, District 4, Diane Dillon in 2003, District 3, who was re-elected in 2006, 2010, 2014, and 2018. Belia Ramos in 2016 for District 5, who was re-elected in 2022. And Joelle Gallagher, you were re-elected in 2020 and 2024. And Joelle Gallagher, who was elected in 2022 for District 1. In 2024, Napa County made history by electing its first all-women Board of Supervisors, making it only the second county in California to do so. And today, women hold 70% of all elected positions in the county, demonstrating their leadership and dedication to public service. Women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of Napa County in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. Women have been at the forefront of securing their rights to suffrage and equal opportunity, as well as leading movements for abolition, emancipation, labor rights, civil rights, and peace, all of which have helped build a more fair and just society for all. I love that we heard about Clara Barton this morning, too. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that this Board of Supervisors, County of Napa, State of California, on this 11th day of March, does hereby recognize March 2025 as Women's History Month in Napa County. And in doing so, we encourage all members of the community to honor and celebrate the contributions of the women beside us, those who have come before us, and those who will follow in our footsteps. All right, so I will ask Yolanda to come up and speak, and then we'll do a big photo today.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yolanda Chambron, and I am the Vice President of the League of Women Voters of Napa County. And I'd like to share something with you. In the spirit of Susan B. Anthony and the suffrage, or the right to vote, I would like to share one example of us working with young adults, girls and boys, ages 18 to 25. We collaborated with the California Secretary of State in the Napa Valley College to help register 118 students. Voter service is what the League does best. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda. So I'll ask my colleagues to come up to the well and we can take a photo together. You didn't sign up for this, I know.
Spent a lot of time together the last couple of weeks, huh?
So we've done the pledge, the pets, the proclamations, and now we were on to item 5, consent calendar. We have today items 5A through 5C. Do we have any board comments or items to pull off the consent agenda this morning? Okay. Is there any public comment in the room or on the phones on these items? Okay. Then I will ask for a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Gallagher, second by Supervisor Manfree. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Okay, so now we go on to item 6, consent calendar. Today we have items 6A through 6Q. Do we have any board comments or items to pull off this consent calendar? None. Any comments in the room or on the phones? Okay, then I will go ahead and we will take a vote. Can I have a motion and a second to vote on the consent calendar? You have a comment on the consent calendar. Please come to the podium. You can state your name. Thank you, sir. If you can state your name, and we will keep the comments to 3 minutes, please.
All right. My name is Zachary Thayer. I'm here actually to challenge in Supreme Court cases Tennessee Valley v. the United States, Michigan v. the EPA.
Mr. Thayer, I believe you want to make public comment that for something not on
Yeah.
the agenda. That will be in one moment. We're still on the consent calendar.
You stated, Madam Chair, that you're moving to put all of up the queue into the.
Yes, okay, so you're here for 6Q.
I'm actually here for 6G, 6H, 6Q, 11B, and that will be it.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I'll actually be challenging under Vanessa v. Aguilar and Hadley v. the United States to move against the board at the appellate level. We are at applications of Voices of the Wetland v. the Water Resource Board and Sonoma Power v. the United States, Payne v. Tennessee, Hadley v. the U.S., and Chicago Title v. the SEC. We will be I'm asking why A18032-6C 209A was removed from the record. It is a collective of the DOJ against gross and blatant negligence against the county in view of the state and tri-regional joint authorities. That was supposed to be on the record, approved before the first 6 ad application against the DOJ. This was supposed to be in compliance to EPA and a tolling agreement in view of Sell Your Sister, and Heinke was to be removed from his position as an attorney, as a solicitor of a state attorney general. I'm asking why the board remove that based on procedure, and I wish to challenge the 6 things mentioned, or the 4 things mentioned based on a tri-regional authority agreement against the appellate court in view of the Supreme Court.
Thank you, Mr. Thayer.
Yep.
Are there any other comments on consent calendar 6A through, and just to clarify, it's 6A through T and as amended today? Okay, if there are no other comments, I'd ask for a motion to approve items 6A through T as amended.
So moved as amended?
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Alessio, second by Supervisor Gallagher. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, with that, we will move on to item 7, public comment. This is the time for public comment for anyone who wishes to speak to an item not on the agenda this morning. And so please feel free to come up to the podium at this time, state your name, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you and good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Nancy Tamarisk, and I live out in Circle Oaks. First, I want to offer deep gratitude to you all for the dedication and integrity with which you approach your jobs. Today, I'm here to remind you of a neglected commitment made by the board over a year ago. My concern is the exclusive negotiating agreement between the County of Napa and Tim Wilkins Company / Margaritaville for development of a Steel Canyon Resort. This ENA was approved by the Board of Supervisors on November 7th, 2023. That's 16 months ago. As you all know, the Lake Berryessa communities have been economically and socially devastated by the closure of the Lake Berryessa resorts and by the 2020 wildfires. An area surrounding one of the largest freshwater lakes in California, which should be generating millions in local income and tax dollars for the county, is economically dead. A successful redevelopment of the lake resorts is of vital interest to us residents. At that board meeting in 2023, Supervisor Pedroza acknowledged that the community and the board should have input into the resort negotiation process. All agreed that neither the board nor concerned community members should be presented at the end of the negotiation process with a, quote, fully baked proposal which they might not like. Instead, the community and the board should have input into the design of the Steel Canyon Resort. When the board passed the motion for the ENA at that meeting, it included an amendment offered by Supervisor Cottrell. The amendment provided that at least every 6 months, the negotiating team would provide a report to the board of the progress of the negotiations, and that this every 6-month checkpoint would include community meetings. I refer to the Board of Supervisors meeting video of November 7th at approximately 1 hour and 50 minutes into the meeting. It has now been 16 months since we were promised community meetings and semi-annual updates. We have missed 2 of those promised touch points. Board members, let us not miss another 6-month checkpoint. Please honor your formal commitment of November 7th, 2023. Let's have presentations to the board and community meetings regarding the progress of negotiations and planning for the Steel Canyon Resort development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tamarisk. Good morning, Mr. Dodd.
Good morning, Chair Cottrell, members of the board. My name is Jeff Dodd. I'm a land use attorney here in town. I came to you about a month or so ago talking about an issue with meetings with the trade. Since that meeting, before that meeting, I've talked with a lot of different people from various different backgrounds in the wine industry, outside of the wine industry, in the wine trade. And there is great surprise to hear that staff is regulating a winery's ability to have meetings with the trade. People just can't believe it. You talk with even members of your senior staff. I think there's disagreement on this issue inside the building as well. However, it's my understanding that everyone's deferring to 1 or 2 folks here at the county, that there's really only one way to interpret language that is entirely subjective. And this is language defining visitation, marketing activities, as specifically amended by the Board of Supervisors in 2010. Everyone is very adamant about what the board in 2010 intended at that time, yet that interpretation that is coming out from the administrative building is inconsistent with all 5 members of the Board of Supervisors in 2010 that actually approved that ordinance, that actually approved that resolution. All 5, Caldwell, Dillon, Dodd, Luce, and Wagon Connect, are all adamant that trade tastings was never intended to be incorporated or required to be permitted or authorized in a winery use permit. It's important to think of these things in perspective is very important. It's not an ancillary use. It's not an accessory use. It is a principal use that is integral to a winery's operations. It doesn't need to be called out. So just trying to ask for your leadership here when you're taking a position, when there's a position to be taken based on language that's entirely subjective, that there's only one way to read something, when many people read that same thing much differently. At the end of the day, it's really not a complicated issue, and we don't need to make it one. So I'm here today and just asking for you to bring your leadership and common sense to this issue, especially in light of the challenging and struggles of this current wine market that we have. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Good morning.
Good morning, board. I'm Maya Dallavalle. I'm a second-generation wine grower here in Napa Valley. I'm going to read from a paper because I've never done this before. I'm a little bit nervous. Good morning, supervisors. I want to thank you for hosting this meeting. I appreciate the work you do for this county, and I understand you spend a lot of time working on our behalf, and for that I am grateful. The wine industry is the backbone of Napa County's economy, and trade visits are business meetings that are an essential part of how wineries are able to sell their wines. When a winery brings in a restaurant buyer, distributor, or journalist, it isn't hosting a social event and it isn't a marketing activity. It's conducting the business necessary to keep the Napa brand strong and competitive. Without these meetings, wineries lose visibility, lose placements, and ultimately lose sales, which affects not just them, but every worker and business that depends on the industry. Given the economic headwinds facing our industry, now is not the time to create new regulatory hurdles. Wineries are already facing labor shortages, rising costs, and the looming threat of tariffs. Adding unnecessary restrictions on these visits only makes it harder for wineries to compete, especially the small family-owned wineries which are ingrained in and support our community. I urge the board to reject any attempt to regulate trade visits and stand in support of the businesses that sustain Napa Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dallavalle. Good morning, Mr. Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeffrey Warren, 1317 Allen Avenue in St. Helena. I just wanted to make the comment that, especially after the hoop situation, which just got overturned by the courts, and with this new staff plan that they're discussing right now, that it appears that somehow members of the staff are a little bit out of touch with what the wine business is all about. I don't mean to be arrogant about that, but if I could just go back on a little bit of history. We're not talking about tech billionaires out there with hobbies. These are real people with real businesses. When my father was the idiot city slicker who came up here 1957 and paid $1,000 an acre for 12 acres, and they all laughed at us for being so stupid. He wanted to be a cowboy, but he couldn't do that, so he started a little real estate company. And back then, there were 6 or 8 major wineries, Christian Brothers, Martini, Behringer's, Beaulieu, etc. And if you were a farmer, you had to sell to them or you had to sell to the co-op. So then Bill Yeager and Chuck Carpy and Laurie Wood, they wanted to have their own winery, and my dad sold them Ben Swig's Freemark Abbey. And when the sale was completed, Bill Yeager said to my dad, well, Jim, we don't have the $6,000 to pay you it was a $100,000 deal, $6,000 to pay you your commission. You're going to have to take 6% of the winery. And my mother said, get the money. We didn't come up here to go broke in the wine business. Well, that is that. No, it was a true thing. My dad always was very proud of a a certain ad that he did here that listed over 100 wineries and vineyards which he had sold, and I've sold. 38 of them were started from scratch. Of those 38, 19 have either gone bankrupt or have been sold to other people. So these are businesses. My mother was not so wrong. This isn't an automatic thing. It's hard work. It's very, very difficult. And to put restrictions like this that make it harder for people to make a living, and we go back. I mean, I've got personal things right here. I mean, Belia Ramos' father was the head farmer for Bill Yeager, outstanding person for many years. Ann's mother worked at Freemark Abbey for 30 years. These are real people with real jobs. We got to go to college, all three of us, because our parents were involved in the wine industry, and that allowed us to come up from smaller beginnings to where we are today. So I think we have to pay very close attention that these are family-operated things. They're important. They affect real people and real lives, and that I hope the staff will get more into understanding how small businesses operate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Hi, Mr. Thayer.
Hi, again, Ms. Cantrell. So I'm here today. I know it's not on your calendar, but in Alameda County, we are discussing what is known as the water bonds and the BART bonds based on a Metro Authority agreement. How that relates to as a double model for grapes compared to the production cost. There are questions in view of the productional applications for water generation for a company that I own. In the view of Judge Nelson, Judge Gould, and Judge Bybee, these are defense contracting agreements which justify the casings originally for a hydro turbine compared to weapons development. In the view of appellate court cases, Johnson v. the United States, Movink v. Perez, and Anderson v. Perez, I am asking that the county disclose, again, since the 2016-17 fire, its water usage, its water requirement for each winery, and the usage for it against the county's bonds, and particularly its tax obligation. How this justifies as a bond ETF and a bond authority agreement justifies the questions to the school systems in San Francisco and Oakland. How this was related to bond ETFs dealing with the BART and AC Transit shows that under Measure T, Measure Q, and Measure M, that there is a tri-regional authority question, and particularly a capability of putting bonds into an ETF based on the cost of those who work in the city county administration compared to those of us that use the bonds for systems. I am asking that this be identified into regional analysis. I'm asking that that be subjected as a vacator against the Coliseum in view of an indemnity clause. This would be justified against procedure to valuation of the original holders and land agreement, the same land agreement that would be seen in the Lake Berryessa and a certain group's estate, and particularly Siegel. How that is wondered against Siegel's, I move as a principal in tooth aluminum against Paso Robles in view of compliant area exploration as the tooth aluminum that was the controlling interest in the controlling group of Paso Robles in view of property damage. I am asking that we see a compliant area review and in particularly a call to put bonds into an ETF that can be publicly traded and be used for people that are not making $100,000, $80,000 a year, and that be part of the issue with the bankruptcy in Oakland.
Thank you, Mr. Thayer.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. McDonald.
Good morning. My name's Graham MacDonald. I'm a fourth generation Napa Valley grape grower and a first generation winemaker. I'm here to talk on the same subject as Maya and Jeff and the other Jeff. And so I just wanted to point out in my case, we're a family that's land rich, and it's not from a .com. It's not from any other industry other than wine and grape growing. And when my brother and I, who are our only employees, you're looking at the marketing, the farming, and the winemaking department here today, and when we started our business, we were a product of the trade. And so we were able to sell our wine because people in the industry said nice things about us, connected us with distribution, with people, and it wasn't based on consumer tasting, it was based on trade. And I really feel like, as a yeoman farmer and one of a dying breed in the Napa Valley, as people who implement policy, I really hope you guys can reflect on the importance of protecting small farming and winemaking businesses. And my analogy that I'll make, which is how I'm going to calm my nerves after drinking too much coffee this morning, is when my wife was when we were having our first daughter, and she was trying to get me to read all the books, how to expect when you're expecting, and all the things I couldn't get, for the life of me, sit down and read them. So I was reading a book about Mennonite farmers instead. And there was a chapter in there about raising children, so I thought I'd satisfy a requirement with Sarah. And so I read a line in there that you don't start raising a child at birth, but 100 years before they're born, because that's when you shape the environment they're born into. And I've never heard someone in writing explain what it's like to be part of a multi-generational family vineyard and wine operation. So I think as you guys reflect on the implications of these policies on future generations, I really hope that for my daughter's sake and the 5th generation, that you guys think about how to protect the small farmers, the yeoman farmers, and friends of ours like Maya and many others who aren't here today. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Good morning, Mr. Hyde.
Good morning. Good morning, board. I'm here to also speak on behalf of my fellow farmers, wine growers, and vintners. As a 7th generation farmer in California, 3rd generation here in Napa Valley. We've been farming since the late 70s, and my dad's been here. Well, anyway, my family's been here a long time. We've been in the wine business, and fortunate enough to be successful in the wine business here the past several years, and work with the board on increasing our visitation, which is has been critical to our survival through some economic hardships, particularly as we moved more towards DTC during the shutdowns, and have been fortunate enough to continue to grow our business. These are difficult times, I'd like to note, for many in the wine business, and particularly for those who've gotten their start. Many of the original wineries have grandfathered in permits, but the visitation's been very critical. And I'll also add that trade tasting education, as the winery is an office, so to speak, having people over to educate them about what we're doing in Napa, particularly the new generation of wine drinkers that we're trying to educate about wine. It's very important to keep the doors open for that, to continue to allow those principal uses, trade tasting, to understand that they're separate from visitation and marketing events, hosting wine club, things that also drive direct sales, but trade. You're not going to be making money selling wine to these folks that are coming in to learn about wine. So I respectfully ask that the board understand that and just take note of that going forward. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. Good morning, Ms. Benvenuto.
Good morning. Michelle Benvenuto, Wine Growers of Napa County. I just want to give you some facts and figures. I think, first of all, we can all agree that the wine industry is going through some challenging times right now. And when you consider that 75% of all producing wineries in the AW and AP cannot host more than 25 visitors a day, and 47% are capped at 10 or less. So we are talking about small wineries and their ability to generate revenue, build brand recognition, and compete in the highly competitive market. So just wanted to give you some facts and figures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benvenuto. Any other comments in the room? Good morning.
Good morning. How is everyone? My name is Amanda Dawson. I am a local here in the Napa Valley and have been since the age of 2. I'm here to talk about some major concerns I have with the county representatives as the public defenders that are appointed to you while you are dealing with legal issues. I also have the complaints about the county officials that are known as child welfare programs, who have more corruption and more of a criminal background than most of the people in our community. I stand before you today not only as a mother, but as a voice for countless families who have been wronged, the ones whose children have been unjustifiably taken, for those who are fighting a system that benefits from our pain. On October 24th, 2023, my life turned upside down when my child at 6 months old was taken from me unlawfully, warrantlessly. They came into my life without warning, without a legal basis, and took my child without a single ounce of evidence of neglect or abuse, which the social worker even stated on the record in the courtroom. But yet they continued to move forward, took my 6-month-old baby. I did everything that child welfare had requested of me, and I went above and beyond. And to this day, now it's been nearly a year and a half, and they refuse to reunite me and my son. The system is supposed to protect our families, but it's failing. It's actively abusing the power. CPS gets paid millions of dollars to run programs and to claim to help children, yet they take kids away from their families without cause, as they have done in mine. And the statistics that show what happens to children in foster care is even more alarming. Over 50% of them will never reach a high school education or a college education. Most of them will be abused, neglected, and see far much worse situations than you can possibly imagine. I know my son, when he was 6 months old, being separated from a loving mother that cared for him beyond belief. The psychological damages at the neurological level is traumatic. I mean, he's not even speaking, and he's almost 2 years old. It's not beneficial, especially when we have the abuse of power of social workers, that when you do background checks on these people, we have people that with the cartel.
If you could wrap up your comment, Ms. Dawson.
Yeah, but then back to the court corruption. When you get a public defender, they don't really have your best defense. As I've seen in the year and a half, they've done absolutely nothing. They did not file a single motion, did not submit any evidence in my defense. And that's why I am pro se in 2 of my cases, and the county's unwilling or unable to provide a juvenile dependency lawyer at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. Any other comments? Good morning, Mr. Coleman. If there, after Mr. Coleman has his public comment, I would like to ask our planning director, Brian Bordona, to come up to the podium briefly. So, thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to echo Amanda Dawson's comments, as I've personally witnessed and stood by her side through this traumatic experience. Only after I've suffered through a traumatic experience myself going through the system here in Napa. There are a couple of bad apples here, and they are direct employees of the county of Napa. One of them is Melissa Kelly, who is a special investigator on behalf of the district attorney's office. There is an article from the East Bay Police State and Prisoners by Who Watches the Watchmen from January 9, 2010, at 8:39 of the a.m. I have it here in my hand. I'll email each of you a copy of this, where Special Investigator Melissa Kelly was abusing the 5150 protocol. On February 27th, 2025, I was escorting Amanda from my job site, 810 Brown Street, to the courtroom because she's shaken. She doesn't have a lot of support. And as we were going there, we were in front of Special Investigator Kelly and a prosecutor. And when we got up to the court steps, Melissa Kelly threw her arms out and prevented me from forward motion to access the courts, which of course is a violation of access to the courts under Bounds v. Smith, 1977. The worst part about it was she threw her arms out in front of Amanda and denied her the ability to calmly walk into the court to access the court. Amanda is pro se. She does not have a background in the law, and she was immediately shooken by this activity. I tried to have Amanda just come with me. There was no TRO in place, and no reason why she couldn't just walk into the courtroom and have access like any other citizen in the United States. But she was denied that by way of force, which was very uncalled for, very unprofessional. And she was extremely distraught, disturbed, intimidated, and was shaking like a leaf the entire way up to the third floor. This compromised her ability to present while she was in court, and she's still intimidated by today. The district attorney's office continues to pressure her to go and view her discovery under the direct supervision of Special Investigator Kelly. I think that is very inappropriate. There are other, Michelle Roberts continues to bully and make false claims against Amanda Dawson for using a statement, an eye for an eye, which the Old Testament meaning for that is to perform equal to or to return the same. But it was seen or received as some form of a threat, which actually would identify her comment as the real threat. I'll just wrap this up. I asked the Board of Supervisors to really investigate what's really going on behind closed doors, as we really do depend on your leadership to guide those who are protecting our communities and prevent those who are abusing their powers to continue to be paid our taxpayer dollars to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Are there other comments in the room or on the phones this morning? Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have one caller. Jeff, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Jeff, did we lose you?
Really graphic domestic violence. Statistics in Napa called the News Napa Women's Emergency Services. Focus on helpful, hoping to find support, guidance, and resources. I am survivors. It's violent. It was violent. I was granted a domestic violence restraining answer. I reached out to get assistance and was referred to this very organization for help. When I arrived at the door, was met not by empathy and by support, by a police officer and a security guard telling me I had to leave. I was confused. I was referred to someone who didn't know me. My girlfriend at the time of me was seriously that I was treated. They told me that because
Hey,
I was a
pardon me, Jeff. We are having a hard time hearing you. Can you try your connection again? Or come closer to your phone?
ways to provide support for those needs. Spoken of the restraining violence.
Jeff, can you hear us? Okay, I don't think we can hear this.
Sorry, Jeff, we're going to have to end your call. We're having technical difficulties. If you'd like to write in your public comment, you can email us at publiccomment@countyofnapa.org.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so I did want to ask, exercise the chair's prerogative to ask Planning Director Brian Bordona to come up to speak to several comments that we've heard this morning. Before you begin, I just wanted to say thank you to so many folks from the wine industry, particularly the family-owned operations who showed up today to speak and, you know, let us know a little bit about what you're experiencing. And we heard that now is not the time to enact new regulatory restrictions on the industry. So would love to hear from you, Director Bordona, about any response you might have here.
Yes, absolutely, and good morning, Board. So yes, this is a matter that has recently been brought to our attention. We're currently in the process of trying to understand the genesis of it. It's important to note that on this matter, there have been no changes in regulations. There's been no changes in staff's interpretation or application of these regulations. In fact, the last time the board adopted new regulations as it relates to the winery definition ordinance was in 2010. So it's important to be clear that staff has not implemented nor has the board adopted any new regulations since then. Nonetheless, this is definitely an important issue for me and for the county and for the board as well, and it's one that we're taking very seriously. I have been in conversations with some of the speakers as well as members from the industry groups, and those conversations are going to continue so that I can learn more about the source of the concerns and put together an action plan and the next steps.
Great, thank you. I was going to suggest if there's a way that you could meet with industry groups to talk about this, clarify anything we need. So great to hear that that's already something that you're moving ahead with. So,
Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
With that, thank you to everyone who came and participated in public comment this morning. We'll go ahead and move now to item 8, Board of Supervisors reports and announcements. Anyone have things to report on this morning? Everyone's finding their buttons. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you so much, Chair. I wanted to share with the board now, we've had the opportunity now, Supervisor Manfrey and myself, to join MTC as commissioners, and it's really it's exciting when you kind of see the work that's being done, and you'll be hearing a lot of updates regarding the transit measure. And while the transit measure as it moves forward is likely going to be a 4-county model, certainly it does have its implications overall when you look at the region. We know that the impacts of housing, the impacts of transit do not respect jurisdictional boundaries. So you'll be hearing updates from us in that regard. Next, I wanted to ask and provide a little update to my colleagues, and then to make a referral. One of the things that the board did in December of 2024 is we issued a statement on valuing, supporting, and protecting historically marginalized communities. On January 14th, we did form an ad hoc committee in which Supervisor Gallagher and myself were tasked to head up the county's efforts in ensuring that we give meaning to the words of that resolution that we had in December. And so we have had an opportunity to meet with community members, especially with our community foundation and other nonprofit partners that are doing the work at the ground level. And so at this time, what we would like to ask is for the CEO to bring back an item working with the HHSA Director, Jennifer Yasumoto, and with the Napa Valley Community Partnership to bring back an item to this board for a funding agreement based upon the continuing to support and elevate our support of the One Napa Valley initiative that is being uplifted by the Napa Valley Community Partnership. And this is work that's being done by the foundation, by IIBA, and other nonprofits. And we think that this is a really, this collaborative approach is what our community needs at the moment. And we think that not just continuing our commitment, but to elevate that commitment, given the current needs right now, would be great. Some of the nonprofits that are involved in this collaborative are On the Move, Puertas Abiertas, the Napa Valley Family Centers, including IIBA, all nonprofits known to us, all nonprofits who we support through our work of the MSA. And we want to make sure that we are continuing in these pressing times, especially some that have had some funding in jeopardy, that they're able to, in fact, lead the charge on protecting these historically marginalized communities. One of the things for my new colleagues who may not recall, back in 2014, this One Napa Valley initiative began as a citizenship project to really connect our immigrant community more with Napa County. And the county has been a participant of this program, and they're going to expand the reach of this program. And Supervisor Gallagher and myself have provided some feedback as to how that would best align with the desires of this board as you tasked us. Since the inception, and I think this is a really great statistic, since the inception of the One Napa Valley program, there are 2,500 people who have become citizens through that program. And so there will be more depth into the program, but I would like to make that referral to the CEO to bring that back to us as soon as possible.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. Other comments this morning? Okay. Supervisor Manfree.
Thank you. I'll jump in with just a couple. Several of us had the pleasure of helping open the new Mentis campus last week, which was super. I also enjoyed a tour of the American Canyon Ecology Center, and I'm really happy to see what's happening down in American Canyon with them getting together the funding and the people and the vision for a beautiful ecology center right on the edge of the wetlands. I think that's going to be a great addition to open space for this whole community. And I was also able to join the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority last week, which hands out Measure A money for wetland restoration throughout the San Francisco Bay. So also looking forward to the good work that entity does in the whole region. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have a couple things I wanted to update people on. First, talking with our county council, I wanted to remind all of us that, when I asked Director Bordona to come up today, kind of an understanding of when we can discuss things not on the agenda. And so thank you, Ms. Bratton, for sending some items that we can remind ourselves about, that we don't discuss items not on the agenda except that members of a legislative body or staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by persons exercising their public testimony rights. And also, we can all make brief statements or reports on our own activities, and then make a reference to staff or other resources for factual information or request a report back. So I know it's always a challenge for me when one of my colleagues does something, I want to ask more questions. So it's not that we're not interested, it's that we can't always do that. So thank you, Ms. Bratton, for that guidance. Second, I wanted to provide a quick report out on the trip I took to Washington, D.C. last week with our legislative analyst, Andrew Mize. We had, I think, 10 different meetings, some large, some small, some with just the two of us as the county team with agency staff on the Hill, some that we tried this year as collaborative efforts with members of other county teams. So we did some meetings with Nevada County, with Madera County, with Shasta County, and with Lake County. And all of those were focused on pushing things forward on insurance policy. So I think those were helpful. We definitely got some feedback that they didn't love all of our ideas, but we were happy to hear that and kind of keep working. And the other thing, we met with the Agricultural Committee, and we wanted to make sure that we communicated Napa County's thanks for the support that that committee has given on research about wildfire smoke and the impact on grapes. So that's smoke taint. So that was a busy trip, and we're looking forward to following up on many of those items as well. That's all I have. Supervisor Gallagher's button is broken, so I will go ahead and open the floor for her.
Broken, but
and then Mr. Alsop and Mr. Lederer.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to announce again that I'm going to be moderating a conversation on Wednesday, March 26th, 5 p.m. at Deuces Market here in Napa. That is National Agriculture Week. And in honor of that, we're going to have a panel talking about how we support our agricultural workforce. I just wanted to mention the speakers will be Richard Mendelson, who's the author of Common Ground, Pete Richmond, president of Silverado Farming Company, Lindsay Gay, president of Cliff Family Winery, and Cynthia Cisneros, owner of La Chèvre Bakery and Brews. So please sign up. Please come down and join the conversation.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. That's reminding me that also doing a community meeting in Angwin on Thursday, March 20th. I'm collaborating with the Angwin Fire Safe Council, who is just doing a ton of work in that area, and we will have representatives from other local fire safe councils, our fire department team, as well as other emergency responders. So hopefully people can join us Thursday, March 20th. All right, and now I will turn it to Mr. Alsop. Did you have a comment or?
Madam Chair, you had a conversation with me about how you wanted to have Steve provide a quick update on the emergency projects at this meeting.
Yes,
and
yeah,
I just
this
was
is
reminding
perfect
you,
timing.
you might.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board, Steve Lederer, Public Works. Just a quick update on our storm response and storm repair projects, and a little bit of nuance here. There were 8 to 10 damage sites from the last set of storms, so there are 8 to 10 projects out there that will work their way through the system, hopefully done this summer. But there were 3 projects that we were able to, due to their size and the nature of them, we were able to jump on them with expedited construction contracts. And since we did expedite those specific projects, I'm actually required to report to the board on the progress of those projects until completion. So the 3 projects that we were able to expedite, one was on Mount Veeder. There were 2 slides at mile marker 1.2 and 1.4. So separate slides, but right next to each other. We executed a contract with Pamelia Construction. They've been out there since last week. We have removed all of the debris, the asphalt and whatnot. We've excavated 6 feet down, installed rock slope protection, a geotextile fabric, which helps hold everything in place, and we've started the import of lightweight backfill. All of this at 1.2. We're going to shut down for the rest of the week because of the rains, and then we'll be back early next week to finish up 1.2. And as soon as that one's done, we'll start on 1.4. It all should wrap up probably by the end of March. The second project that we did an expedited contract for was on Berryessa Knoxville Road at mile marker 4.0, across the street from the entrance to the Spanish Flat Resort. We hope to get started on that project next week, weather permitting. And we did a third expedited contract, this for removal of debris from various sites as a result of the storm. And again, we hope to get started on that next week, weather permitting. So that is my report, and I will continue to report until those projects are complete.
Thank you, Mr. Lederer. So just to clarify, so because we have an emergency local emergency in place, there's a requirement that we get a report from you every couple weeks, or what's the parameter there?
Yeah, so again, I want to note the nuance here. So I'm required to report because we did an expedited contract.
Expedited, okay.
Yeah, so we have other projects that are a result of the emergency. There's no extra reporting requirement associated with those. It's only the ones where we did expediting contracting where I'm actually required to report.
Got it. Thank you for explaining that nuance twice. I appreciate that. All right. Thank you. So we will now move to, we have no administrative items for special districts, so we will go ahead and move to item 11. I'm going to swap the order here so that we can address the micro winery topic first, and then we will come back to the policy for budgetary control. So we will go ahead and move to item 11B. Good morning, Mr. Parker.
Good morning, Chair Cottrell, members of the board. Michael Parker with Planning, Building, and Environmental Services. Today's requested action is for the board to receive a brief overview of the current micro winery ordinance and provides direction to staff regarding the May 5th, 2025 sunset date that is embedded in the micro winery ordinance. A little bit of history on the a little bit of history for you. Prior to the passage of the micro winery ordinance, the county regularly expressed its concern for the sustainability and long-term survival of small family-owned wineries and farms. This concern was reflected in multiple documents, including the county's strategic plan, the county's 2008 general plan, the local guidelines for implementing the California Environmental Quality Act, to name a few. In addition, many families who owned vineyards and either sold grapes to other producers or produced wine off-site expressed a desire to host on-site visitation in order to sell their wine directly to consumers while providing a smaller, very intimate visitation experience to visitors. Small family-owned wineries continue to face increased challenges in meeting the complex federal, state, and county regulations required to establish a winery of any size. The costs associated with compliance, particularly those linked to stricter state standards, disproportionately impact these businesses. Unfortunately, regulatory requirements, especially at the state level, continue to increase, further burdening small family-owned agricultural operations. In October of 2019, and again in September and December of 2020, the Board of Supervisors indicated their interest in establishing some sort of micro winery ordinance, but indicated that disasters and other issues at the time took precedence. Finally, in March of 2021, the Board of Supervisors directed staff to prepare a ordinance tailored to small family operations. Staff at the time worked with Save the Family Farms Group, along with other stakeholders in the community, as well as the Planning Commission, to develop a framework that ultimately became the micro winery ordinance that is currently codified in Napa County Code. The micro winery ordinance, which was adopted on April 5th of 2022, established a new category of winery with the following characteristics: an operation that ferments on-site at least 201 gallons of wine annually and has a production capacity of no more than 5,000 gallons of wine. At least 75% of the grapes used in fermentation are cultivated on the same property as the micro winery. An operation that has a maximum of 5,000 square feet of total enclosed space. An operation that generates no more than 20 average daily trips a day. It's an operation that has no marketing events and that has tours and tastings and retail sales of wine in the Apian agricultural watershed and limited to the hours of 9 to 6. Since the passage of the micro winery ordinance, 2 micro wineries, winery applications have successfully been considered and approved by the zoning administrator, with 4 additional applications that are in process by staff. The 2 approved applications took on average 172 days to submit a completed application, and once the applications were deemed complete by staff, it was processed within an average of 76 days. The total average county cost associated with the processing of a micro winery is approximately $15,000, compared to an average cost of just under $23,000 for a regular new winery use permit. The micro winery ordinance passed by the board in April of 2022 contains a sunset clause which states, quote, "No application for a new micro winery use permit or modification of an existing micro winery use permit, whether minor or major, shall be considered 3 years after May 5th, 2022, unless the provisions in this code pertaining to micro wineries are extended, readopted, or amended by the Board of Supervisors," end quote. As noted earlier, today's requested action is for the board to provide direction to staff regarding the May 5th, 2025 sunset date of the micro winery ordinance. Your board has a few decision-making options before you today. These options, which are noted in your staff report, are as follows. Option 1, the board can direct staff to return to the board with a recommended ordinance update incorporating input from stakeholders and the Planning Commission to remove the sunset date and introduce amendments aimed at improving the ordinance. Option 2, if the board would like to extend the ordinance, for example, for another 3 years, without introducing other substantive amendments, the board can direct staff to bring a recommended ordinance update extending the sunset date back to the board for review and final adoption. Option 3, your board can take no action, and allow the micro winery ordinance to expire on May 5th, 2025. I'm here to answer, along with Director Bordona, to answer any questions you may have regarding this staff report and any direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. I'm first going to go to public comment. Is there anyone in the room or on the phones who would like to comment on this?
Excuse me again.
Hi, Mr. Thayer.
Hi, Ms. Cottrell. So I was here, and I actually participated before I went up to Alameda as a liaison for the micro winery permit and the bylaws for this. I attended most of the meetings and most of the guidelines in this. In the Midwest, this is the same thing that is used for microbreweries in view of the Bell and corrections. We have a little bit of questions on how this is wondered to what we'll call micro energy development or microgrids. Microgrids, as the principle of HydroCore International, a clean energy design company that deals with the same application. Instead of the second bypass product, which you call wine in the view of growing grapes, the putting of solar panels and the creation of energy, there is a design that I do own a patent for that creates renewable drinkable water. It takes 2 fishing docks, a hydroturbine, and a solar panel that sits on top of it and uses it to create electricity. This same design is augmented in the Land Bureau Management, the Natural Resource, and the EPA in view of clean energy. The same way that your zoning legislation is set up and the zoning laws for the state, and particularly under tributaries under Arkansas v. Oregon, is the same model that is used for home wind turbines and home solar panels based on the rebates or the home heating credit. I ask that this board take into account that is and has been in Sonoma Power v. the United States, the principal application in Michigan v. the EPA, and Tennessee Valley Authority v. the United States. These were the questions based on land management to radiation and radiational exposure in Tennessee Valley. In Michigan, it was showing fires and earthquakes on longitude and latitude. What we're arguing here will be the property and casualty clause of development. I am asking that as a citizen that is in the appellate court over the valuation of the corporation, that you guys choose to extend the 3-year ordinance based on the production, based on how you guys see housing and tourism. That will be me personally. That is my personal recommendation with the failure of not doing community investment bonds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thayer. Good morning, Ms. Nurlov. Oh.
Elise Nurlov, Vice President, Save the Family Farms. 7 years ago, Napa County's smallest growers and producers came to this board seeking a path to compliance so that we could access direct-to-consumer sales. The movement was started by grape growers, all of whom held the proper state and federal license to produce and sell wine. We needed a use permit that made sense for us, a use permit that met us where we were, producing fewer than 1,500 cases a year. The micro winery ordinance was developed collaboratively with county staff, incorporating extensive feedback from the board and trade organizations. It passed unanimously as a pilot program to address concerns that it would open the floodgates for use permits. The final version of the micro winery ordinance is the most restrictive ordinance in the wine industry. Restrictions that go above and beyond the WDO include a mandate that 75% of the fruit processed on site must be grown on site. It prohibits marketing events, restricts visitation, limits wine production, and caps facility size. Over 7 years of negotiations, we made significant compromises to our initial ask, and we hoped the county would meet us halfway. As staff report shows, the primary benefit to applicants has been ZA approval, which offers an estimated savings of $7,000 in staff time. But $7,000 in savings on what it is, for most, $1 million investment is negligible. The limitations placed on micro wineries versus the concessions received are simply unfair. The reality is the micro winery has not provided a workable, cost-effective solution. In 3 years, only 2 permits have been approved. It's important to note that one of those 2 applications ultimately decided to not move forward with a micro winery because the long-term viability of their business did not pencil out given the cost of development. The roadblocks remain significant. I read an interesting article in the New York Times. Today marks the 5-year anniversary of the COVID lockdowns, and the article was talking about the swift changes to our culture that ensued. When COVID hit Napa County, suddenly every winery, big and small, was shut out of the DTC channel. It leveled the playing field temporarily for us. The outcry was immediate and widespread, and when enough voices spoke up, access was granted. Parklets popped up, parking lots and vineyards were converted into tasting spaces, and local leadership took swift action. COVID proved that this board can act decisively when it wants to, when enough constituents demand it, and when the right businesses speak up, the county can and will move mountains. Micro producers are still in a state of crisis. We want to continue to work with staff and the fire marshal to resolve these issues. We support option 1, but we need a sense of urgency. This cannot take another year. If we move forward with option 1, let's please commit to revisiting this in 60 to 90 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nerlov.
Good morning, supervisors. I don't think there's anyone on the phone from Farella reading anything. Is that right? Oh, why don't you go ahead, Rachel? Sorry.
Yeah, thanks. Nice. Hi there, my name is Rachel Lenahan. I'm reading a letter on behalf of Catherine Philippakis of Farella Brown Martel, who couldn't be here today. Honorable Chair and members of the board, I am writing on behalf of my clients with regard to Agenda Item 11B. I'm unfortunately unable to appear today, but have asked me to read on my behalf. Generally, we are in favor of the infinite extension of the ordinance and the expansion of production and increase of ADT. However, I'm very concerned about the last proposed change, the requirement that vineyards be both established and producing at the time of the application. It takes approximately 5 years for a vineyard to become fully productive after it's planted. In my experience, it also takes roughly 4 to 5 years to build a winery of any size following permit approval. This includes 6 to 12 months of preparation of construction and engineering drawings, and another 6 to 12 months of approval for a building permit, and approximately 3+ years for construction and finalization of finishings and fixtures. If you force vineyard and permitting processes to be run sequentially rather than in tandem, it could take almost 10 years for a landowner to have a micro winery approved and built. This seems directly contrary to the intent and the inspiration behind the micro winery ordinance to make it easier for small property owners to become involved in the wine industry. Particularly in today's economic climate, we should encourage those who want to create small wine businesses. What is the logic to require that vineyards be producing fruit before the application is filed, other than to make it nearly impossible for anyone who is not an existing an established farmer or anyone who has not recently had to replant his or her vineyard to become involved in the wine business? Is it the county's intention to discriminate against those the very same small property owners that the ordinance was intended to advance and protect? I would suggest the answer is a resounding no. It should be entirely sufficient for the county to require that a vineyard ECP be filed at the same time as a micro winery permit application. Please consider removing the sunset provision, increasing the production capacity in ADT, but making no other changes to the ordinance. In an environment of the consolidation and corporate aggregation of wineries, we want to encourage small wineries run by individuals and families. Please place the interests of your smaller constituents foremost in your determination today. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Brendan Kelly. I'm an architect and planner. We have projects up and down the valley. Our office is on Main Street. Just by coincidence, Kay is also the client, or is the attorney for our client, who is in the middle of processing a vineyard erosion control plan and a micro winery permit, lot line adjustments, right after they spent $1 million removing burnt trees from Glass Mountain. These are longtime Napa County residents. They own a small winery and vineyard in the historic Crane Assembly off of Main Street. The idea, what I'm asking today is to be fair to applicants and to not create more regulatory hurdles. It's a theme that you're hearing a lot this morning. We're trying to make sure that staff in their very capable and complicated jobs is getting clear direction that some imaginary condition where somehow the vineyard needs to be in place and producing before the micro winery application is accepted with a deadline that's looming in a few months. We are ready to apply for all of these things simultaneously. We've had some pre-app meetings. Director Bordana sadly was, I think, remote in that pre-meeting with COVID. So there are, and I don't think that we're alone. But what I'm asking is for especially the clarification that was in Kay's letter, that you don't tie these preconditions. If anything, the micro winery ordinance should be expanded for more visitors, for more wine, 2 successful applicants over the time of the ordinance, I think is a reminder and a big warning sign to you that I think some things should be lessened, not increased in terms of clarifications or rules. And I really urge you to sort of consider some of the things that are in front of the options today to make it, to provide fresh air and maneuvering room for applicants. These are not brand new, come to town, hey, let's build a winery people. These are long-time established farmers, distributors, and grape growers. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Good morning, Michelle Benvenuto, Wine Growers of Napa County. Wine Growers has been a long supporter of Save the Family Farms as well as the micro winery ordinance. So we would support you removing the sunset clause as well as looking at providing more flexibility. As previous speakers have mentioned, with the small number that have taken advantage of this, it could really use some flexibility. And small family farms and producers are integral to this valley. We want to do everything to support that. We need all kinds of different experiences for visitors, and this provides that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benvenuto. Anyone else in the room? Good morning, Mr. Scott.
Good morning, Sheriff Cottrell and the Board of Supervisors. Welcome to something that I've been working on for 8 years. I'm here to support the micro winery ordinance, and I would recommend to the board that option 1 that was presented to you by your staff, which is to direct staff to return the board with a recommended ordinance update incorporating input from stakeholders and the Planning Commission, and to remove the sunset clause and introduce amendments aimed at improving the ordinance for the many potential applicants that remain. Thank you for your attention and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Hoskins, do we have anyone on the phone? Any other commenters in the room?
I'm sorry, I know there is someone trying to call in.
Okay.
They said they're on hold.
Do we want to suggest that they call in again?
We have 2 people on hold. They're saying that they can't.
Are they at the wrong number?
They're at the number.
So 707-299-1776 is the Board of Supervisors public comment line, not to be confused with the Planning Commission. 707-299-1776.
So why don't we do this? While Ms. Hoskins is waiting for that comment to come in, I can bring it back to the board and find out if there are questions or comments for staff. Supervisor Gallagher, you could just.
Sorry, I'm just going to get like that. I just have some a clarification needed from staff. So regarding the potential amendments that you're supporting, I'm just going to name them all off, and if you can just address them after I give them to you. So if you could explain the rationale on the increase in annual production, if you could explain the rationale on the raising the ADTs, if you can explain how revising the approval process, et cetera, is different from what we have currently. It sounds a lot like what we have currently, and if you could just clarify that. Also, the last one around clarifying that vineyards on the same property, et cetera, clarified to me means this is already part of the ordinance and you're trying to make it more clear. So I'm just wondering, is that new or is that already in there and it's just you need to reword it, or what does that look like? So those are just my questions for your edification.
Yeah, I'd be happy to address those now.
Yeah, that sounds great. Let me just turn to Ms. Hoskins. Do we have anyone on the line at this point? Okay. Why don't we let you hold your response and bring these people in?
Okay, we have, looks like 3 callers. We'll start with our first caller. She called in. Hannah?
Yes.
Go ahead, Hannah. 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, thank you. My name is Hannah Ron with Ron Estate. Oops, let me mute my... Sorry, I'm sure there's feedback here. Okay. Let me start over. Hi, my name is Hannah Ron with Ron Estate, and my family has been members of Save the Family Farms for many years, and we've been eager to see the success of the micro winery ordinance. However, we found it challenging to even start the application process due to, as mentioned, the many regulatory hurdles. I've heard it mentioned many times that we've only had 2 successful candidates receive their permit, despite many members who have been eagerly anticipating the chance to have a legitimate business platform for our small family business. I don't think it needs to be said that our industry is in an unsteady state and we need help from the Napa Valley Board of Supervisors to survive in this valley. I strongly urge you to consider our option 1 presented earlier to you this morning. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Ron.
Thanks.
Our next caller is George O'Mara. George?
Yes, I'm here. Is it
Okay.
my
Yes,
time?
it is your time. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, fantastic. Well, good morning, Board of Supervisors. This has been an eye-opening conversation today, especially with some of the facts and figures from Michelle Benvenuto. But it really appears that there's real people, there's really small businesses, there's really jobs, and obviously there's really challenges, especially going forward over the years to come. And I believe it's the Board of Supervisors' mandate to help protect the small family farms and the small family businesses, because 84% of the wineries in the AP and the EW are small vineyards, small family farms. I mean, I love those stories. I'm going to echo what Elise brought up, which is a comment I think I've shared with all of you, which is it's called business at the speed of politics. And we've actually had a discussion with your senior staff starting back 18 months ago, 18 months to talk about the road and street standards and how it affects, all wineries in Napa Valley, et cetera. So let's call this leadership opportunity for you supervisors to understand, to let's skate where the puck's going to be. Let's lead the future based upon the future. Let's anticipate all the curveballs and all the fastballs and all home runs and grand slams we can hit. But let's take that charter of protecting small businesses and small family farms seriously. And let's put a sense of urgency behind everything we do. And again, I thank you for your leadership. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. O'Meara. Do you have one more caller?
Yes, ma'am. One
Okay.
more caller. It's Ken. Ken, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ken Nerlove. I'm a 40-year grower in the Napa Valley, and you are all familiar with my daughter, Elise Nerlove. I just want to comment on the micro-winery ordinance. We've been working on this ordinance, as you know, for a number of years. The intent of it was always originally to make it affordable and viable, to save the family farms, to make the younger generation get involved in the farming in the community of Napa. And the intentions were good, but at the end of the day, it came out to be a very expensive, onerous situation that very few of us have been able to take advantage of. And I would just like to say that the Napa Valley has been my home. It's a wonderful place to see the next generation come up and take over the farms and continue what we've done for decades is very rewarding, but it's very difficult. Everybody in the room knows that the wine industry is facing troubling times for the big guys and the small guys. And the Napa Valley has always been the leader in the United States as the wine destination. And I think that we should shift our thinking process to how can we make this work instead of how can we not make it work. I think there has to be some latitude with the county as far as getting permits and things like that to enable the small guy to continue to do business in the valley. And if we can continue to do business in the valley, we can generate revenues for the county to survive. Right now, tourism is down, tasting rooms are down, all that stuff is down. We want to participate, we want to do our share, we want to support the industry, but most importantly, we want the next generation coming up to be able to have the lifestyle that we've had. But to do that, we need some assistance, we need some understanding, and we need some compassion from the county, and we need to change the attitude is from how can we not make this work, then how can we make this work? What can we do to make it work so everybody wins? And if everybody wins, there's no losers. So that's my thoughts on the process. So thank you for your attention to this, and I hope you guys make the right decision and allow us to move forward and pass this wonderful life we had off to our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nerlove. So with that, we will go ahead and close public comment, and I will turn back to Director Bordona to respond to Supervisor Gallagher's questions.
Yeah, let me just go through the sections here. So there was a question regarding the benefits or the potential benefit for both an increase in production from 5,000 to 10,000, as well as an increase in the ADT from 20 to 40. There was no necessary magic behind those numbers. It was just simply allowing for a micro winery to have a value add, if you will. The production of 10,000 gallons relative to 5,000 gallons translates into revenue. Same with visitation, that translates into revenue. So those were just used as numbers to put out there as to potentially raising the cap of the 5,000 up to 10,000, as well as the visitation. the portion about the benefits of the zoning administrator meetings. In some sections of in the code, we allow some items that are acted on by the zoning administrator to be subject to a hearing only if somebody from the public asks for it. The purpose of that is if there's nobody interested in the project, then there's no sense in having a meeting to talk about it, to only have the applicant there and his or her 5 professionals, all of which the clock is running and costing them more money. So it was a way to try to streamline that. We wouldn't be reducing the requirements, we wouldn't be reducing the process, we would just make it an option in that if there was a member from the public or anybody from that matter concerned or otherwise wanted a hearing, they can request it. If not, we wouldn't have it. The rules and requirements would stay the same. The comments related to the 75% estate grape rule, totally understand that, but it is important to note and recall the genesis of that requirement. The genesis of that requirement when we were embarking on the microwinery ordinance was we had a group of farmers, established grapes, looking to find ways to expand their business, doing either selling their grapes entirely for others to produce wine or producing wine off-site. And so with that, the approach was that we were the faction of people that we were dealing with were existing grape growers, grapes already established. I now want to do production on my site. So staff has interpreted and applied that requirement accordingly. In order to have a micro winery, you have to have grapes on site. That's not to say that changes couldn't be made to enable the processing, the dual or parallel processing of an erosion control plan, assuming you even needed one to establish the vineyard concurrent with a micro winery. Under this current language, those grapes would have to be producing before the winery could start processing them, of course. That's something that we could work out if that was a desire of the board. And I think that addresses your, was there anything, did I miss, I'm sorry, did I miss anything?
No, that's fine. I guess what I was trying to get at with the last two is, are those already part of the ordinance and you're making changes? I mean, you're saying you're revising the approval process around the zoning administrator. I thought that was all there already.
No. The current process is that micro wineries go to the zoning administrator.
Right.
What we're suggesting as a possible improvement or streamlining is that you would only go to the zoning administrator by way of a hearing if one was requested.
Okay.
It would still be acted on by the zoning administrator.
Right.
It just wouldn't be in the form
I
of a
thought that
hearing.
was there already, to be honest. Maybe it says something like, unless there's a controversial issue or something like that. No, doesn't say that either? Okay.
That does say that, but that applies to something different.
Okay.
The board has given the zoning administrator the authority and discretion to elevate an item to the planning commission if it meets certain criteria.
Right. Okay. No, thank you. And I understand the final one around the clarification on the producing vineyards. I mean, the way I recollect, and I think you said this as well, is that the people that came to us who wanted to, who were promoting and helping to create this micro winery ordinance are growers who wanted to be able to do direct to consumer. So I don't think there's anything particularly strange about wanting people to already have producing grapes. I mean, these are the people who came to us who wanted to create the ordinance in the first place. So anyway, thank you for clarifying all of that. Appreciate it. Michael, did you want to say something?
I was just going to say that if those aspects of the micro winery ordinance, particularly the 75% estate rule, are a burden, you can apply for a regular winery use permit and only propose 5,000 gallons and all the other aspects of the micro winery ordinance. The only difference would be is that you'd go to the planning commission. you wouldn't be, limited by the 75 estate grape rule.
Right.
So it's not a no, you can't do it. It's just a different path.
Right.
And it's one that goes to the Planning Commission.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying.
If I could add on to that, throwing out some of the options in the staff report, such as increasing gallonage or increasing ADT, those were options that were thrown out or included because those are within the micro winery ordinance. Those are things that are largely within the control of the Board of Supervisors. A lot of the hurdles for small operations, whether it's a small operation with a use permit or micro wineries, is the burdensome costs of other regulations that are largely beyond county control, regulations that are largely due to regulations at the state level, so roads and street standards, a lot of infrastructure requirements such as septic, wastewater, those things. So when crafting the staff report, we were looking specifically at items that were under the purview of the board at the local level. I did want to clarify one thing that was noted in public comment that was incorrectly noted in terms of one of the micro winery applications being rescinded and gone in for a regular use permit. That happened, but that was not part of the two winery approvals that occurred. So since August of 2023, we have had 2 micro wineries officially approved. We have 4 in the queue. We did have 1 application that came in and then was withdrawn. It's my understanding that the applicant withdrew that to go from 5,000 gallons to 7,000 gallons and to establish a marketing program. And that application was actually the Hillwalker project that was before the board in February on appeal. And so that sort of aligns with some of the proposals that we also made in possible amendments. I did want to note that since 2023, there have actually been only 3 applications for new winery use permits. One was a regular use permit down in Carneros from the Clark brothers, and the 2 micro wineries that have been approved. So while it's a small data set, since 2023, we've only had 3 applications for new wineries. So micro wineries, although it's a small data set, represent 2/3 of all new winery use permits in Napa County.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask staff, first start with some questions before I make some comments. And so the first one is, can you explain the licensing that's required to be held, the producer licensing requirement, right? That's required to be held is tied to the production of wine already, correct?
We issue a use permit, which is tied to the production capacity. The licensing is at the federal and state level.
Correct, but do we require the existence of that licensing at the moment?
No.
No, we don't. Okay. So in tying it to the production itself, I guess I appreciate, Mr. Bordona, your kind of level setting and what I'll say for the benefit of my colleagues. Going back to my notes, which span years and terms at this point on Save the Family Farms, one of the things that was very consistent is that this was looked as an opportunity to retain ownership. This was an opportunity to retain family legacies in agriculture. It was not envisioned ever as a new opportunity itself. That is not how we looked at it. It was to create, and the word specifically that were used here was the idea is to create an economic opportunity for small family farms so they are not forced to sell and so that they can continue their business. And so I really want to, I appreciate the comments that were made as to the concerns about the requirements of grapes. That is changing the goalpost at this moment in time. I think it's really important that if that is an amendment that is sought, that it not be in conjunction with the consideration of the sunset of this provision. I think the numbers are very interesting. When I look at it and I think to myself, gee, only 3 applications, that's low. But when you tell me it's 2/3 of the total of new winery applications, one that's reflective of the current changing trends that we have in the industry. But I do think that that is a successful part, in the sense that we were originally told that there were a potential of 28. At the time when we started this review, there were 28 properties that would have been part of this micro winery ordinance. Never, the idea was, of course, plan for best scenario where there are 28 applicants, but realistically, we had thought the number of people that might want to enter into this sphere is 10. And so that does seem like it is tracking based on current trends. And so it wasn't ever envisioned to grow that number of 28. Not that it's not a great idea, but that really does, in fact, change the scope from my perspective of what we intended originally was, let's take care of these people who can continue to produce wine, can have a channel to the market, and not be forced into a scenario where they're having to sell truly the family farm. And so I, for one, I do find the program to be successful. Not to say that we can't continuously look at how we make improvements. I do actually appreciate the increase into the gallonage. And in looking at my notes, the original proposal was actually for 10,000 gallons. So I think that is good. I think the other part is the minimal difference between 5 to 10, and when we look at impacts to the baseline is really insignificant, as Mr. Parker said. When you're looking at the sewer capacity and roadways and other things, those things are already accomplished. It's almost like, what's having one more kid when you already have a few, same exact thing here. So I do believe also that the 10,000 gallons, can you please talk a little bit more about the delta to the next move? Because when we look at this and we look at winery and the types of wineries that we have, can you explain like the gallons, micro under this proposed staff recommendation and proposed change would go up to 10,000 gallons. What would be the next step?
The next step we have in the various flavors of a winery use permit is 20,000 gallons. That's the small winery exemption. I don't have information on the difference of 10 to 20 in financial terms or revenue. From a regulatory standpoint, we have a next set at 20,000 gallons.
Okay. So this is like that introduction into that, really that direct type of market on the vineyard. That is exactly what we were looking at. So this would be that scope. I think that the increase in the daily trips, I think, is fully encompassing of what actually happens, and so to not be having onerous types of how many people are coming through the driveway, I think it does make sense because it encompasses the Amazon delivery driver as well. I will just say, for me, I am not in favor of an extension or a sunset. I would like to see this as a permanent program. I like the changes to the zoning administrator hearing being elective because I do think, again, this goes to impact, and it certainly does still provide an opportunity for the public to opine without necessarily going for the full-scale hearing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you. I'm one of the 2 new kids on the block in this area. We don't have the history that our other colleagues have, and I appreciate Supervisor Ramos providing additional history. Thank you, staff, for your work on this. Thank you, Save Napa Valley, Farms, that's near and dear to my heart, and I appreciate all your work. I know you don't do it because it's a recreational, fun option. You do it to survive and to be able to see this happen for generations to come. So I thank you there. Staff, I have a quick question. We know that there were 2 applications that applied for in the queue, one that changed from the micro winery to regular winery. How many small wineries or family wineries have closed in the last 3 years?
So that's data I don't have and would have to look into. If that's data the board would like staff to investigate, that could be part of the motion that the board makes today. If you would like.
For me, it would be helpful because sometimes, looking at the end goal, the outcome that we're trying to achieve here is an important place to start. What is the intended outcome? And through public comment, and what we know is the backbone of Napa County, per the industry and the economic driver, but also in our history. It's and I will say this: when George Yount arrived in 1836 to receive the first Mexican land grant, it was 1839 that he planted his first vines, and then it was a few years later before he was actually able to harvest. John Patchett was actually the first commercial winemaker here in Napa County. I gotta look at my notes real quick because I kind of looked this up. In 1854, actually what would call the city of Napa and a stone's throw from here. But it wasn't until 1857 that he was actually able to harvest and produce his first wine. So what I've heard in terms of public comment, there is it doesn't all happen at once. And I know we all know that. I just want to make sure that our policies reflect that and support that understanding. I also think for me and all things that I always look at access. And how do we increase access in this particular issue that is fair and flexible, that's sustainable, and that provides our outcome to actually, be feasible for these small business owners. So I really want to look at the access issue. What I'm hearing is, and I really appreciate staff's recommendation, by the way, to completely support staff's recommendation. This needs to be a permanent ordinance. And I also see and recognize and thank staff for looking how we can make some steps forward in expanding that access. I'm just wondering, do we need to go a little bit further here? And because that's what I'm hearing from those who are in the industry, that are in the business, that are having to make this work. We also know in the last 3 years, strongly due to COVID, that the cost of everything is a lot more expensive. And that is true not only for us as a local agency, for our families, working families in this community, but also our business community and our wine industry. As a small business owner, it's you're carrying the burden, as we heard before, of everything, right? We heard the gentleman, I forget his name, but I liked his comment. He talked about he and his brother. They are everything in their business. And that's how small family businesses are. They're wearing a lot of different hats. They're having to do everything. And then the financial aspect can be so burdensome, it makes it unattainable to even apply, to even try. And that, and again, with all respect to Supervisor Ramos, I understand the 2/3 sounds great, but I also heard there's 28 wineries, family wineries, that you thought were going to be able to, benefit from this. And I don't see that they receive that full benefit. And I'm wondering it's because there might be too many regulatory steps in this process. And again, we have to listen to the people who have the lived experience. And that's true in the industry or behavioral health and all things that we do. And I really appreciate everybody coming forward to help educate me, in that lived experience. And I know our staff has the best intentions, and you always strive for excellence and you do the best job. I appreciate that. I just want us to continue to listen and look at this in a way that has, foresight and flexibility, so we can really make a difference, and we can really save our small businesses, our family farms. We can increase the capacity there for others. Understand it's generational and support the next generation. I certainly want that as a fourth generation Napan. Family never got in the wine industry. The biggest regret. I got to talk to my ancestors about that one day. But that's vital. But it's also vital that we allow other businesses, micro businesses, to be able to establish here. It's really important in the industry and in the entirety. It's important to our tourism, to the economy. And I really want us also, always look at we always look at everything with, the impact of the environment. And I love the environment. If you follow me on social media, you're going to see a lot of it. But also, we also need to look at this in a way that's entrepreneurial, that is also economic development, and in balance of that. And I'm sure that you are. I'm kind of preaching here, so I'm going to get off my box here. I think I've said a lot. Definitely support this micro winery ordinance moving forward. I thank staff for all the recommendations in terms of expansion. I do think there are a couple other areas, some small areas that are nuanced, that maybe we can just improve a little bit more as you come back to us. And I look forward to that. Thank you.
All right, so I know Supervisor Manfrey has some comments. I have some comments. I've been asked that we take a comfort break, so we will come back. Let's come back at 11:10.
Okay, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started. If you could please take your seats, that would be awesome. Thank you. All right, Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. We will resume our meeting and our discussion. I believe that Supervisor Manfrey had some comments.
Thank you, Chair Cottrell. Where were we? So I have a couple questions, minor and comments after that. So thank you to Supervisor Ramos for answering some of my questions already. This is a shorter list than it was. I am wondering, like right now, who can apply for a micro winery ordinance and relative to who does apply in the community? So, can any landowner operator apply for this, or is this specific to some kind of criteria for small family farms?
The criteria for a micro winery is listed in the staff report, but beyond that, you have to have like all wineries, a 10-acre parcel or greater. So long as you have that, you can apply for a winery of any size, for that matter. Whether or not your parcel is capable of supporting a given size winery is another story, but in terms of entry or access, the 10-acre parcel is the minimum.
And to add on to that, based on the historical, how this micro winery ordinance came and the was put in place through negotiations, through multiple stakeholder meetings, multiple planning commission meetings, as well as multiple board meetings, as well as how it is defined within county code under section 1808377, section B, based on the intent that and the history that Supervisor Ramos spoke to, it has been interpreted that there needs to be existing vineyards on site.
Thank you. And then, really the second part of this is just a comment. So I'm really appreciating that we're having a discussion about this just a few years after we had adopted an ordinance because this was a rollout process and you have to check and see how things are going and revisit the parts that could be working better. So I'm finding it to be very helpful to have some kind of sunset because it prompts a review. And I'm not so confident to think that we may get it absolutely right and it will last forever going forward from this process that we're starting here if we choose to request an amended ordinance come back to us. So personally, I think there's some utility to having a sunset clause, but I think of it not necessarily as a sunset, but as a date for review and revisiting and possibly, making changes to suit changing times. It seems like we are seeing a lot of changes happen economically right now, generally in the nation, in the wine industry, and who knows where it may need to go from here. So that's my comment, and generally I'm supportive of amending and reintroducing an ordinance like this. Thank you.
If I may just follow up on the last comment, if the intent is to have some form of a check-in by way of a sunset clause, instead of the sunset clause, we can come back at regular intervals to provide an update to the board. And if needed, we can make recommendations for further fine-tuning and things of that nature, if that's helpful.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you. If I could suggest, instead of maybe a separate check-in, that when we come back and we report out on general plan progress, that this be an included category within the report out of the general plan. I don't think it necessarily needs to be its own admin item. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a few questions and comments that I'd like to make too. First of all, I just wanted to echo Mr. Nerlov's point that it's really important particularly right now, to find ways to support small and very small producers in the valley. I think there's some equities there, and also I think it's important for our local industry to have a diversity of producers that people who drink wine and visitors to the valley can appreciate. So I think holding that as an overarching reason that we continue to move forward here is important. I think that I also want to frame what I believe is being asked of us is feedback and general direction. You're not asking today for us to say yes to this clause, no to this clause. So I encourage whatever motion we end up making that allows staff to do more, I guess, inquiry on this topic. So, and I'm interested, you mentioned stakeholder feedback, and I think that's really important. And I think that's, not only we want to continue to work with and hear from Save the Family Farms. I know there's also producers outside of that organization who are looking at these provisions. And I'd like to hear from producers who are in the queue what hurdles they're having. I think we heard from Ms. Hahn that there are a lot of regulatory hurdles. And I think one of the other pieces is that somehow we can get some indication of what are burdens from the state and what are burdens from the county, because it's my understanding in talking to several small producers, it's a lot of state requirements that are the burdensome thing. So, and I also thought that I thought both Hillwalker and Promise were initially in the small winery and then moved out. So I'm not sure if that is the case too, but it would be interesting to make sure we're understanding exact reasons that people exited the small winery program. When I was on the Planning Commission, I was very supportive of the initial sort of version 1.0, and I think it's appropriate that we're looking at the next version. I appreciate Supervisor Manfree's point that we want to continue to tweak and understand what changes are needing to be made. In general, the concept of adding new gallonage makes sense to me, going to that 10K, and increasing ADTs makes sense. A question I have there is, do we run into the limit on a CEQA exemption if we go too high on the ADTs? Because I think if we're triggering more an additional CEQA review for the process, that in itself is a burden. So maybe one of you could speak to that.
There are potential CEQA implications in play. Not all of them, of course, are rooted in the ADT, but since that's the one you brought up, we have a set of traffic impact study guidelines that we follow. And within those guidelines, if you have a project that results in 110 or less average daily trips, you are considered to not have a significant impact on the environment, so much so that you do not need to even prepare a traffic analysis. So that's kind of the ceiling there. That's as it relates, this is important to say, that's as it relates to traffic impacts related to CEQA. That is completely separate from traffic as it relates to the road and street standards and the state's regulations regarding the road and street standards and the minimum fire safe regs.
Yeah, thank you for making that clarification. And I know we've had lots of conversations, and I've talked with Save the Family Farms extensively about the road and street standards, and those are really challenging ones to move the needle on. So
it's a very good example of what we do, CEQA, and what we don't, minimum fire safe regs,
right,
have control over.
So that's a real question that I will have as you are all talking with stakeholders is it the road and street standards at the end of the day? Or, because the other thing is if we're suggesting an increase in visitation and gallonage, but that's not what is helping people, we should know that too. I mean, I'm hoping that those fixes make the product of a small winery use permit more interesting. There's a bigger prize there, but I think we have to ask those questions.
Yeah, absolutely. And as articulated by Mr. Parker, we're focused on those things that we can affect or change. And that's that's what we put before you.
Yeah. And then I just wanted to make another observation. I remember, when this came before the Planning Commission, one of the things that appeals to me about this is that we're also talking land use and what the landscape looks like. And because a small producer is likely not going to build a huge new structure, it's a way to preserve ag land too, I think, because what we've heard from several people who expressed interest is that they would be converting an existing structure. And to me, that's always a plus that sometimes gets lost in the conversation. So I think those are all the comments I have at this point. Supervisor Ramos, did you have any further comment? Or are you good? Okay. Supervisor Alessio.
Yes, thank
Supervisor
you, Chair.
Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. I heard during public comment to ask that we bring this back quickly. And I know that there's a lot of comments and thoughts that we've provided to staff here, direction to staff here. And it was a 60 to 90-day request in terms of return. Is that something that staff thinks that they can do? Can you give us maybe an estimated amount of time, just so we can have appropriate expectations?
So assuming the direction is the staff recommendation, that is to workshop and bring before the Planning Commission those changes, we will need to initiate that outreach formally, invite everybody to participate. We will need to conduct 2 or 3 outreach meetings, one of which will be at the Planning Commission. So, you kind of catch me off guard in terms of next steps in the schedule. That's what I just laid out is probably every bit of 3 months. So probably coming back to the board in 4 to 6 months.
That sounds fair. Yeah, I
mean,
hear you. And we want to be thorough and
that's ambitious.
How that, yeah.
Yeah, and we wouldn't want to, shortchange anything just to work in an expeditious manner at the expense of the quality.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, and I know you have a lot on your plate, but whatever we can do to bring it back sooner than later is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. I think we should go ahead and move ahead with the staff recommendation option 1. I did want to say that I think it's important that we focus on amendments that are under the jurisdiction of the county, and we do not focus on those that are state requirements or regulations. That's going to be, I think, really important to set the tone for those conversations with the industry, with the stakeholders, and also with the Planning Commission. So I don't know if there could be maybe a little bit of a tweak to the motion, but maybe, and I know you all jump in to help wordsmith, direct staff to return to the board with a recommended ordinance update incorporating input from stakeholders and the Planning Commission to remove the sunset date and introduce amendments that are under the jurisdiction of the county and aimed at improving the ordinance.
I think we're looking to staff to.
That's clear for me, so long as that's okay with County Council.
Yeah, I believe that's a clear direction.
Okay.
And do we also want to put, and I guess this is a county council question, do we want to put a hold on the sunset date so staff is able, knowing that it's going to take probably into late summer, 4 months, to bring back an ordinance that staff can continue to accept micro winery applications under the existing regulations past the May 5th deadline?
Unfortunately, I don't have the ordinance in front of me, but we'll have to take a look at it. We may need to come back to the board before it expires to do an extension while we're working on the overall amendments. But we'll look at that.
Okay. That sounds right, though.
Okay.
Then I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Gallagher, a second by Supervisor Alessio. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we will now go back to item 11A, which is, I have to find my notes here, and to adopt a resolution to modify the policy for budgetary controls, approve the annual budget policy guidelines, and approve the mid-year budget amendments. Good morning, Mr. Sanchez. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Daniel Sanchez, analyst in the CEO's office, and I'm going to be presenting the budget policy guidelines and the policy for budgetary controls, and then the mid-year report. So there's two documents that we are looking to approve today. One is the annual budget policy guidelines, and then the second one is the policy for budgetary controls. And the annual budget policy guidelines actually saw the most amount of changes last year. Last year, we combined the strategic financial plan and the budget policy. We previously had two documents that spoke to very, very similar things, and we combined those two documents to create the annual budget policy guidelines. The other big changes we made last year were to recognize excess ERAF within the recommended budget. Previously, we would recognize it within the fiscal year. Now we're recognizing it within the actual recommended budget. The other major change that we did is combine fiscal uncertainty and general reserves to create the general reserve. So previously, we had different percentages for general reserves. General reserves wasn't at the GFOA best practice. Now we do have the general reserves at the GFOA best practice. And for the new recommended changes this year, the changes for the annual budget policy guidelines are relatively minor for this year. They are removing some of the dates and monetary figures so we don't have to come back to make these routine changes each year, but also clarifying what the general reserves are and their use. And the purpose of the annual budget policy guidelines are, as a best practice, Government Financial Officers Association, GFOA best practice. So contrast that with the policy for budgetary controls. The policy for budgetary controls are adopted by resolution. They're not adopted each year. The last time we actually adopted this was in 2012, whereas the guidelines are something that we typically look at each year. The policy for budgetary controls, again, is adopted by resolution. The last time we did anything, edited this document, was in 2012. The recommended changes for this coming year are related to transfers within a division, transfers for non-operating special revenue funds, and modifying the capital asset definition slightly. So the policy for budgetary controls is the one that is seeing the most substantive changes this year, whereas the annual policy guidelines saw the most substantive changes the previous year. And the policy for budgetary controls are really about the technical details around budget amendments and managing the budget itself. So moving on to mid-year, and at the end there'll be the series of board actions that we're requesting. Moving on to the mid-year report. Okay. So The numbers, I know it's somewhat small, but the numbers that I really would hope to get your attention on are the top line and the bottom year-end estimate. So the main number is the $52 million. That is the available fund balance for the current fiscal year. And then after estimating all of our general fund revenues and expenses within the fiscal year, the projected ending fund balance is $23 million. It's, again, higher than what we thought it would be in the revised budget, but this is a fairly conservative estimate. It's, and I'll go into a little bit more in the subsequent slides, but this number, $23 million, is our projected ending fund balance in the general fund for the end of this current fiscal year, but that number is also going to be the beginning fund balance for fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget, because the numbers just carry over to the following fiscal year. Again, the focus is on the general fund. As I mentioned during the 5-year forecast, focus on the general fund because that's really where the most discretion is at. That is something like the default fund where our discretionary revenues and expenses go into, or excuse me, most of our discretionary revenues go into, and I'll go into that in a second. So here are the general fund discretionary revenues. You see in the middle row are the year-end estimates. To the right is the what we put for the adjusted budget, and then the difference. So the main numbers I'm hoping to call attention to are property tax continues to be experience steady growth, modest but still healthy, steady growth. The other two revenue sources are a
Sorry,
little bit.
can I just interrupt you for 1 second? My screen is not functioning. No. Yeah. No, but yours is not working. Supervisor Gallagher and Supervisor Manfrey. And, yeah. Okay, but if we can get it, that would be great. Are you seeing yours?
I can see mine now.
Okay. Okay, great. Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you.
That's all right. So the two areas of softness are in transient occupancy tax and sales tax. Since we received more data recently, we've dropped some of the projections there. Sales tax particularly gets to us from our consultant, and we're seeing some softness there. So we're projecting a little bit lower revenues from the fiscal year. And some of these numbers are adjusted also since the 5-year forecast, some even more softness since then for sales tax. Another major mid-year revenue source that is sales tax for Prop 172. This is a sales tax that goes to our public safety and law and justice departments. It's a pretty major revenue source for those departments. The actual number from the previous fiscal year, 23-24, was just over $23 million. And we're actually projecting to receive less. And this is from our sales tax consultant that monitors this information pretty closely. So that is going to have an impact in the recommended budget, since we're going to likely have to recommend, or likely going to estimate lower revenue for those departments. So the other area to call attention to are general fund major expenditures, specifically for salary and benefits. This is, being a service-based organization, this is where a lot of our expenses are. And this is a pretty conservative estimate. We had in the adjusted budget $171 million in salary and benefits, and are projecting 170. This is really where the bulk of the general fund revenue goes into. It's in our employees, and this is a pretty conservative estimate. I'd expect that when the books close and when we know the numbers, some months from now, late summer, fall, The number will probably be much better than this. The expense will probably be less than this, but given what we know now, it's better to estimate a bit more conservative. And this could vary, potentially could vary widely. If we have some incident that requires a lot of sheriff overtime, it's going to go up. If we have more vacancies in certain departments, in our corrections department, our sheriff's department, district attorney, that number likewise, depending on the vacancies, that would fluctuate because of that. So, but based on the information we have available now, this is a pretty conservative estimate. Service and supplies, this is contracts and day-to-day equipment, but really the bulk of it is in salary and benefits. Briefly, again, the assumptions based on the general fund, we're assuming the annual budget policy guidelines are in place, and the estimating ending fund balance is going to be, again, the beginning fund balance for the following fiscal year. And this is based on roughly 2/4 of fiscal year information, although some of the information based on revenues is, especially sales tax and TOT, is pretty up to date. That's why we're seeing some fluctuations. Now, mid-year, in addition to being about approving budget amendments to make sure departments are able to finish the fiscal year with sufficient appropriations, is also about highlighting important issues that have happened within the organization through the first 6 months and that we expect to happen through the remaining 6 months. And so here are some major important highlights that we are seeing through the first 6 months. So one important and thing to celebrate is since 2021, we've raised our pavement condition index, PCI, from 45 to 55. And in 2025, just over 34 miles are planned to be paved. This is from our Public Works Director, Steve Letter. On fire, the volunteer firefighter reorganization was completed, and we're in the planning phase for FEMA grants, including BRIC. So that's happening. We're in the planning phase for that. And over 400 acres of vegetation treatment were completed within the current fiscal year. And one thing that's not in here, but we are going to be presenting this to you all shortly, is the cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE is, we're in talks for that, and that's going to be another item that that's going to happen within the current fiscal year, but expect to see more of that shortly. Care Court is something that we heard about a lot at the state level the last 2 years, so we are implementing Care Court. We have received Care Court clients, and so that is happening. That is something that our HHSA department and a few other departments are managing. The Imagination Station pictured here opened in August 2024. I haven't been there yet, but it does look like quite the inviting place. And the last major item is the jail is nearly complete. The substantial completion was reached this month, and the anticipated final completion is anticipated to happen next month, and the following month after that, in May, is when physical occupancy is expected to actually happen. So that's when the new jail will fully be up and running. And the photo of it looks like much nicer jail than anything I've ever seen. It looks more like a community center than a jail. So, and I'm sure many of us have been on tours through it, and so it looks like a really exciting building. So our request is to adopt a resolution to modify the budget policy controls and approve the annual budget policy guidelines, to review and accept the mid-year fiscal review and approve the budget amendments outlined in the attachment, to provide sufficient appropriation authority for operations through the end of the fiscal year, and it requires a 4/5 vote. Available for questions.
Thank you. First, I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment on this item. Is there anyone who wants to make public comment at this point in the room or on the phones? No. Okay, great. Then I will ask the board if the board has any questions for Mr. Sanchez at this point. Supervisor Alessio, and then Supervisor Ramos.
Yes, Mr. Sanchez, thank you for the report. It's exciting to see these numbers from a county perspective and the city of Napa perspective, I have to say, different. So I'm learning on this process. Knowing and seeing what's happening in terms of the decision making by the federal government and how, from tariffs and the response to tariffs, Canada, for instance, they've taken California wines or U.S. wines off their shelves, not just California, U.S. wines off their shelves. So you look at those impacts of what the decisions are being made, where the market is going currently. Hopefully that'll be corrected over time. And now I'm hearing, as of yesterday, the news talks about, we're heading towards a recession if things don't change. I mean, that's back in play. So, I'm normally less, I guess what I'm saying is, are we being conservative enough for this next 6 months? This is a mid-year report, or are we going to really see the potential impacts in the next fiscal year?
So where we would have those conversations is absolutely going to be in the recommended budget for the coming year.
Okay.
We have sufficient appropriation authority for our departments to finish the current fiscal year. But where those conversations are going to be most appropriate are going to be in a handful of months in June, where we'll have even more updated numbers and updated projections, and that's when we're going to be able to dig in and take into account what uncertainty we might face at that time. But yeah, that's going to be a big part of the recommended budget.
Thank you. And I agree. I think that property taxes are our most solid ground that we're standing on financially. And I also agree that the TOT and sales tax, I'm hoping it's not going to be more soft than what we're anticipating in the next 6 months. I do think people are holding back. I'm hoping that our business and tourism and hoteliers are looking at this and also projecting, so we aren't pricing ourselves out. We can't control that part, but we're definitely impacted by that decision making. In terms of the policies that you have here in terms of changes, I support all those. So thank you.
Madam
Yes.
Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio.
Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
May I piggyback on Daniel?
Please do.
Supervisor Alessio, I just wanted to tell you that your board received a 5-year forecast presentation.
Correct.
It's fairly simple, but it is informed in our conversations with our sales tax consultants and our projected property tax revenues, et cetera. All of those things are sort of baked in and are considered in that forecast. We will, as Daniel pointed out, provide you a recommended spending plan, which is something that you hold me accountable for here in the coming months. That will be reflective of the times and it'll be thoughtful. I also want to point out, looking at Q3 sales tax numbers, I think overall we were down, 4% or so in Q3 from the previous Q3. I don't know what Q4 will close out on, but it's soft. I guess the good news is it's soft for a period of time, and our consultant sees it picking up slightly in the immediate years ahead. So, but in terms of also, you commented on the federal government, I would just say that a lot of that is obviously largely out of our control. It remains to be seen. I've not heard those things about recession. I think that we haven't heard that there are from anybody. I think either our consultant. We haven't heard that. But I say all this just to say we're watching what's going on nationally, and we will be thoughtful going forward about our recommendations to your board.
Thank you. And if I can, Chairperson, one moment, I do want to recognize the good works of our staff, our public works director, 47 miles of paving last year. I think it was 47 miles. I remember the report correctly, which really did boost that PCI 10 points, which is huge in the world of roads and streets. Excited about the brick grant, and also just really want to recognize our Jennifer Palmer. I don't know, Jennifer, you're a director. I can't remember your actual title, but over housing and development and all those great things, what you do in our community. The implementation of Care Court, which was put on us without the funding to support it. The medicated assisted treatment clinic is huge, and I did see the Imagination Station, and it's very charming. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you bringing this back. I had some questions beginning with the annual budget policy guidelines. For my colleagues, I'm looking at the redlined version. I always find that to be an easier one to discuss. So I'm looking at page 4 of the budget policy guidelines, specifically subsection E, and it's the fire fund. And it says the general fund contribution shall be at a minimum of the previous year's general fund contribution for operations and mitigation, plus the negotiated cost of living adjustment. And so I have a question here in terms of when we look at mitigation. As it stands right now, we're running brick grant operations and mitigation work through the fire fund. Is that correct?
Yes, out of the fire department.
Okay. So that's a 3-year plan. And I am concerned, as this stands right now, of this budget policy language that we're including the mitigation, which is going to have this huge bump up for 3 years. And then essentially, by policy, would lock us in at a rate that may not be reflective of what we do at that time. I did mention this at our last meeting. They feel like dog years. I'm not sure even which one it was, where I said I do think it's time for us to separate the operations from the mitigation and administration work. And this section right here, subsection E, lends itself to supporting the division of operations. Daniel, in your last presentation, you said that our largest growing expense was the fire fund. There are different reasons why it's growing. First, the CAL FIRE services contract, but also the brickwork that we're doing and the mitigation and the enhancements that we have made through fire administration. And so I think in order for us to really, when we look at the reasoning why the administration was added to all of this, is for us to be able to truly look within the budget and see what we're spending where. And by conflating the two of operations with mitigation and administration, I think it doesn't let us see the full picture. So I am recommending for my colleagues' consideration, and as we go into this new budget, that we actually look at separating operations from mitigation work, especially because brick grant work is federal funded at the 36 million to the 50. I can't do percentages. I have a calculator, but I'm not even going to try. I think that we need to look at that separately. And the other reason is by creating a separate budget for mitigation, it allows us to really look at those things that, like the chipping work that we do, which now is fully funded on our backs and we don't have grants for. And so by being able to separate that out, it gives us a clear picture of what we're spending money on, and dollar for dollar helps us make those decisions. Because if in fact we are going into a softer market and recession, decisions have to be made. And by having the fire fund be such a large fund when it has different discrete areas, I think we're not giving ourselves the greatest opportunity for evaluating financial decisions into the future. So that's my first one on page 4. My next one is on page 8. Mr. Sanchez, you said that we're now at a GFOA standard for the general reserve, and the language that we approved last year has the 15%. But in doing, and I'm so sorry about the Post-its. I understand they've created chaos, but it's how my brain thinks. So when I look up the GFOA standards for reserves, it says a 2-month fund balance, and a 2-month fund balance is 16.45 something percent, and we're sitting at 15. And so I'm wondering, why are we not going up to the 2-month stated level of GFOA's recommendation? Why are we rounding down to 15?
So obviously it's a policy call, but one of the reasons why at least GFOA states is a lot of times it depends on how stable your revenue and expenses are, specifically your revenue sources are going to be. Our main revenue source is property tax. It's very, very stable. And so that's one of the reasons why, because the stability of our main revenue source allows this. But again, it is a policy call. It does not need to be an exact 16.44%. It could be 15. It could be a little bit higher, a little bit lower. But again, it's largely, GFOA largely recommends tying it to the stability of your expenses and revenues.
So I guess what, again, concerns me of where we are fiscally right now, we only need to look back, was it 13 years ago? Someone remind me when John Tudor dropped our assessment roll overnight, and every city and this county suffered a hit to their property taxes. Why? Because a recession had come. People were really hard up financially. And he has the ability to either by consecutive quarters drop the assessment roll, or to do it overnight. And he did it overnight. And I can tell you, as a council member for a small city back then, it was absolute financial turmoil for us. And so while I appreciate the stability and the growth that we have had from a property tax revenue, we, the Board of Supervisors who control this budget, do not have the ability to tell John Tudor which option he's going to take if, in fact, there is a devaluation of properties and we have a fiscal crisis. And although that was mortgage-based, we are facing some real unknowns fiscally that I think we need to be prudent about. So I personally would like to see that amount come up higher, to whether it's the percentage-wise or if it's 2 months of our operating. I think that would be the prudent thing. The other thing I'm struggling with here is this language of general reserve portion is available for risk mitigation, and it includes the economic disasters and challenges. Challenges is incredibly subjective, and so why this matters to me right now, I guess, to put it into context, when you look at bond ratings for counties, and let's be real, we've got to go out and borrow a whole lot of money for facilities. Those counties that are hovering between 25 to 30% on reserve balance, they have a better chance of rating at a AAA rating. If we are here now sitting and dropping our general reserves down to 15%, because we are in fact changing over from the reclassification being requested of removing the fiscal uncertainty and moving that money into the fund balance. If we are doing that and our policy says that we can drop it down at 15%, then that is signaling to the bond raters that's our floor. And I think that we need to be prudent in what we are trying to achieve to aim for more, and that this is probably not the time to be expanding the uses of the general reserve. Like the language here being being suggested on page 8 is, although consistent with the Government Code 29127 as to available uses of reserves, I think we need to be more fiscally prudent and restrict ourselves to those declared disasters that we have had. The fiscal issues, we can turn to contingency and we can turn to uncertainty and just leave things as is right now so that we can have these greater fund balances that allow us the opportunity and a chance at a better bond rating. And so if we're going to do this, I think we need to look at the bigger picture of what our objective is. I want to make sure we have enough money, but I also want to make sure we enter into this next budget season with the options for an excellent bond rating, because we are about to embark on the biggest request on bonding that this county has ever had, undertaking a $148 million facilities plan. So those are my comments on 8, on page 8. And then I think that's it for right now. Thank you.
So I wanted to clarify the general reserves modification. So it was last year was the change, not this year. And in last year when we made the change, the assignment for fiscal uncertainty at the time was 10%, and the general reserves was 13%. So the general reserves itself went up by 13% to 15%. So it hasn't gone down; it's gone up by percentage, and we've combined fiscal uncertainty into general reserves. So that's a point of clarification that.
Yeah, but the fiscal uncertainty sits at 26 million. So if we are, and I understand we made that change last year, but what is being requested from us today is to move the balance of the fiscal uncertainty of 26 million into the general reserve. And so if by policy it's only increasing 2%, and yes, there's going to be a larger amount because we're moving it in, the policy is what we are holding ourselves to. And what I am saying is that floor is not high enough. I think that the floor, if we are going to move fiscal uncertainty, which is something that we can tap into without declaring a disaster for changes that need to happen, I think more restrictions and greater fiscal prudence is necessary given the fiscal uncertainty. While we made the policy change last year, we didn't move the money. You're requesting now to move the money. And I'm saying I don't want to move the money at this time because of the unknowns. I'd like for us to make sure that we are increasing the percentage of the general fund reserve at a higher percentage to get us to at least to the 2 months. I would love higher, but I understand given all the amendments being requested of us, I brought my calculator and I haven't tallied it up. There are going to be there's a need for us to use some of that. But I don't think that right now is the time to be making the move. While I understand our policy changed to allow that last year, we're in a situation completely different fiscally with the fiscal forecast of what we're looking at this year versus last year. So I'm saying I'm making the case for greater fiscal prudence is demanded at this time.
So can I ask a clarifying question? So what you're asking for is an increase in that, right now we sort of are saying 2 months or 15%, and you're saying you're okay with the 2 months, but you'd like that instead of 15% go to the 16.8%?
Yeah, two months I think would be a great language to include it, but I also think it needs to stick with the language that we've had before of that it is available to us for declared disasters. And that is one large change in this. When you look at what the use of the general fund reserve is here, it's allowing it for use of if we just think it's kind of hard to make things pencil out. That's a very low standard. And while we here as this board committing to it, might not find that hard. This is a policy that, as staff has said, is not intended to be reviewed on an annual basis. And I think we need to exercise more prudence.
Okay, I'm going to turn to Mr. Alsop and then Supervisor Gallagher and then Supervisor Alessio.
Sure. I want to outline sort of what it is we're doing. I've gone through one budget only here. I felt like it was fairly non-controversial, lots of good things in it, and I don't believe we have, I'm not overly worried at this point in time about our finances. Your board has the ability at any time by vote to move money around. This money, all of our fund balance is very liquid. We can call it whatever we want. I've never been in a county where they've had a fiscal uncertainty. That's a new term for me. I don't know what Sonoma did with Cheryl there, but doesn't mean that it was not a good thing to do. My understanding that it was something done 10 years ago and 3 administrations ago for whatever reason. And there's a new administration here, and we're in new times and a new board. We are recommending, as we did last year, to increase the level of our strategic reserves to be in line with the GFOA best practices. And in order to access those reserves, your board would, by 4/5 vote, you would declare an emergency. Just like we did in Kern County when we were dealing with having to close a $65 million general fund structural deficit, which I had to lead the county through. The changes that we made last year to appropriations for contingencies and the other bucket called fiscal uncertainty, which I'm not quite sure what the difference is technically. Either way, it's the same. Access into those buckets is the same. That money's all interchangeable. It's just the box you put around it and the name you call it. I eliminated, recommended anyway to your board, eliminating the automatic rakes of money into those buckets because you hold me accountable for providing you with a spending plan, and I feel like that spending plan should be considerate of the current needs of the county, considerate of all the directives that you're wanting to do on a variety of different things. So those are some of the big changes we made, but we are increasing the level of our strategic reserves. I'm fine, Supervisor Ramos, with bringing back an item that increases it by 1.4% or 8%. I will have to talk with the staff, and that's something that we could bring back. But what's our carry forward anticipated?
23
million. At the moment, 23 million, just over 23.
What's our 15% strategic reserve level, Becky?
To reach 15%, it will be $64.6 million, which can only be accomplished with the proposed journal in here for the transfer of the majority of fiscal uncertainty to the general reserve of $21 million. To increase it to 2 months, which would be 16 2/3%, that would take about another $5 million.
So take another $5 million away, sticking it into reserves, which if the board wants to do that, we're fine. We don't believe as a staff it's necessary. You may prefer that it is. What is our anticipated fund balance going into next fiscal year?
The projected $23.5 million at this time.
Okay, so that's in addition. Your board has, by vote, the ability to do anything you'd like with that money. We're recommending that the strategic reserves remain for strategic, real emergency situations, and we want to maintain that and sustain it. That's an improvement from where that reserve fund was in previous years. We will bring you a budget several months from now for you to consider. We have not eliminated the use of the term appropriations for contingencies. We may be using that in this budget, but this budget that we will present you a few months from now, where we'll have a lot of debate and discussion on, will be considerate of being flexible, making sure our county is prepared, that your board is prepared to act if needed, and to make sure all of the things that you want to fund get funded.
Thank you. I know we want to go to Supervisor Gallagher. I had one follow-up question on the question about a bond rating. So it sounds like the GFOA standard recommends this 2 months amount. And what can staff tell us about how a bond rating is impacted by how much we're setting aside?
Right. So a bond rating is a very long checklist. It is not just one policy or one fund balance. It is a strategy, and it is comprehensive of many factors. In speaking with our financial advisors last year, when we did the update to the budget policy or budget guidelines at that time, increasing it from 10% to 15% was actually us getting more conservative and making it a stronger policy. The amount that was set aside in fiscal uncertainty is a board designation. It is not a restriction. It is not a reservation. The general reserve is a reservation. And that increasing from 10 to 15% was us taking into account our future possibilities of bond issuances and making ourselves stronger with the rating agencies. The fiscal uncertainty is not a real restriction or reservation that is going to be considered when someone is looking at our policies or our financials.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Gallagher, you had some questions.
Yes. So I guess I need some clarification because our CEO is saying basically we can vote and move money around however we would like, but it was my understanding that general reserve has to be used in accordance with the California County Budget Act, and that is different than the way we use other money. Like if we have money set aside for fiscal uncertainty, we are not beholden to the California County Budget Act. Correct. In terms of how we use that money. So it does make a difference how much we have in each of those. So I think that is important. Did you want to? Okay. The other thing is, didn't we start this fiscal year with a $50 million fund balance in the general reserve?
The general reserve,
or I'm sorry, maybe not.
Right. The general reserve is $40 million. Yes, we did start with available fund balance of approximately $50 million.
Okay, so we're starting this next year with 20 or an ending balance, which would be the starting balance for next year of $23 million. So that is a half of what we started with last year.
Yes.
Based on pretty conservative projections.
Okay. Okay, because I'm just feeling a little bit like, I mean, I understand why we want GFOA standards, and I understand, the bond rating piece. Of course, if we take some money and we pay down some of the facilities, et cetera, we also would have a better bond rating if we aren't borrowing as much. So there are other ways to get at that. But I do think it's important to understand the difference between the general fund, general reserves, and how they are restricted in terms of how you use them versus money in fiscal uncertainty, which does give us more flexibility, and it's just not dependent on the Budget Act. I have some other comments, but I just wanted to get through that particular
Madam Chair, I would
piece.
just add that nothing's changed on your flexibility around fiscal uncertainty. So your board has the ability to address many different fiscal uncertainties, many different appropriations for contingencies, whatever you'd like to call it. And it's generally, this is general fund balance carry forward is what we're talking about. Again, we will be preparing a budget that will be a recommended spending plan in several months' time that will outline some of these funds. For today's purposes, we're simply wanting to establish a strategic reserve. And yes, you're right, there are rules around how you could use that. Your board would have to declare you could declare a fiscal emergency. You can declare an emergency for a variety of other reasons, natural disasters, et cetera. I believe that's a 4/5 vote.
Yes.
And that would allow you to tap into that money. The plan is to never have to tap into that money, right? Because when you tap into it, for virtually any reason, it's good that it's there, but you'll dig a hole that you've got to refill, which slows down everything else you got to fund. So we want to try really hard as an organization to never have to tap into that reserve.
All right, Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you. Just a couple follow-up questions based on some questions here. So we don't currently know where we would stand in terms of our bonding power, because City of Napa was in a position where we thought we were under like a triple A position, and so do we have a sense of where we are? Do we need to be concerned about it, or the whole purpose?
So the county right now has only one very minor outstanding bond issuance. We don't have any debt at this time of any statement. In talking to our financial advisor, it is premature for us to go to the rating agencies to ask for a rating until we are ready to go to the market with an issuance. So that will happen later this year. When we have something to propose to the board, then we would go to the rating agencies. The county's underlying rating agency in prior issuances was a AA rating, and our financial situation is stronger today than it was then. So I believe a AA is very certain, and we will strive for a AAA.
Perfect. That's good to know. So I think it's great that, again, that we're following the GFOA best practices. Thank you for getting us there. I recognize that. In terms of increasing our reserve, my only caution is just having the flexibility here, because I'm very concerned about any negative impacts that we're going to see with our Health and Human Services Agency, HHSA, what might happen there, because that is dependent on federal funding. And so I want us to have some fluidity and flexibility if we need to kind of move quickly. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, one of the ideas behind these policy changes and recognizing XSERAF, for instance, is to have that strategic availability to where the board could determine that we could put more money into the fire fund should we see the need to it, more money into the HHSA fund as circumstances might dictate. Or a few weeks ago when I was doing we were doing the 5-year forecast and the CIP, we were saying that estimating somewhere in the 8 or 9 for bond financing, somewhere around 10 annually for a general fund contribution to capital projects. So allowing the flexibility to potentially do, if need be, more, or at least maintain that, because by putting in $10 million, that's $10 million that doesn't have to be bond financed. And so that's one of the ideas to do that. Without the flexibility, there may not be money to put in there, which may mean more bond financing. You think about it like, I think about it like a mortgage. Like
Yeah,
that.
I hear you. Okay, thank you.
All All right, other questions or comments from the board at this point? All right, so with Supervisor Gallagher.
Yeah, I actually, in a completely different direction here, and these are items that are not recommended to be changed, but in understanding that one of the three main policy goals is to maximize the board's discretion, and understanding that we always want information from our staff and recommendations from our CEO, I'm not so sure that this particular language needs to be in the policy, but in 3 or 4 different places, I'll just name general fund policies, page 4 F1, page 8 key multi-year fiscal policies 2 and 3, and page 11 personnel policies position changes. We mentioned that that the board may choose to do things with a CEO recommendation. And I'm not so sure we need to have a CEO recommendation. In fact, many of these say based on a board priority at a 4/5 vote. So I think that that's clearly at the board's discretion, but we have now, and this isn't something that got added, this is something that's been there, but I just found it kind of interesting that we kept incorporating this language with CEO recommendation. Of course, we want to hear what our CEO and our staff has to say, but I don't think that we want to tie ourselves to having to have a CEO recommendation in order to make some kind of a decision. So I just wanted to point that out.
Madam.
Any comments?
Yeah, sorry.
Is that button
I
not
don't mean
working
to act like a supervisor here. My button's not working. First, I want to say something I forgot, Supervisor Ramos. On your request with regard to fire, we will work to provide something to implement what you outlined, because I don't see a problem with that. I think that we can certainly do that, and we'll work together. Supervisor Gallagher, you mentioned that you're reading from current policy that's been there a long time. I would say I'm open to having you change that if you believe there's a problem. I definitely do not think I know it all. And my job is to get the things that are important to you done, both as a board and individually. And I'm going to work to do that really, really hard. And so if you have priorities, those will be made clear to me, and I will work with our staff to put forward a spending plan that attempts to try and deliver on priorities. Obviously, it would be good if they were the board's priorities and it was a shared consensus, but I would just say that and commit to working with you and the other members of the board on all things that are important to you going forward, spending-wise.
Yeah, great. And I understand that. And this isn't, this is just about, I'm neutral on that. I mean, I don't have any doubt about that. I don't see any quote unquote problems at all. It's just that this is policy language, and that's how I'm interpreting it. Maybe my fellow supervisors aren't. So I'd appreciate hearing from others about what they think.
Questions, comments? Supervisor Ramos.
I would provide some context, and I am trying to still wrap my mind around what you're saying, Supervisor Gallagher. I think, we operate in the best case scenario and we plan for the worst case scenario, and that's what policies are about. And so in our not too distant past, we had a worst case scenario. And so I think that this would be a good referral to county council to actually polish up this language, that it's with the recommendation of a CEO unless the chair declares otherwise, right? There is a circumstance where there may be a deviation and you find yourself in a predicament, but we should still have a point person, and that would be the chair, similar to like agenda setting and those types of things. So I'm happy to provide more context, but I think there should be an or.
I think I was trying to get to like an and or without complicating the language, and then I thought, well, I guess you could just remove that.
I'm very hesitant on the removal of not having a recommendation. I think that's best case scenario, and the contingency is the worst case scenario. We still need a point person. It can't be the five of us here. Like I'm not gonna arm wrestle you for like what we're gonna do up here. I think there needs to be some sort of a policy. I understand the concern and how we provide that path forward, but I do think planning best case scenario and have a contingency on the back end for worst case scenario with the chair as the point person. And I'm happy to share more to county council on that.
Thank you for helping
Cottrell, if I may respond. So the reality of this is these are board policies that basically anytime three of you decide you want to do something different, you can, unless there's a statutory voting requirement. So, we're happy to wordsmith the policy, but I'm not sure you really need to address it. Totally up to the board.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to, for color commentary here, this is a unique process for me. I've done this, in some other counties and stuff, and I've never been in a county where we have such in-depth conversation around budget policies. In fact, I don't even remember having any conversation about budget policy in the last county I was in, but that doesn't mean that it's not good. I think that it's a good practice, and I think I want to compliment the county. I think it's a good review and conversation to have every year, like your board and previous boards have had. So I just wanted to point out that, I'm not looking at the policy, in detail every minute of the day and having that inform anything that I'm doing. I have a general kind of high level approach to it. I think our staff is the same. I say that just because I think it's important context for you all. There's nothing in there that, it's really not meant for control of the board or to drive any sort of, rogue or unique or separate agenda that staff may have. I just want to assure you of that. And as Cheryl said, anything that your board wants to do, we will do. And I'm ready to lead you down that pathway, whatever that pathway is.
All right. Supervisor Lester, did you have another comment?
I did. I'll keep this short. I thank you, Supervisor Gallagher and Ramos, for your comments on this. Our CEO works at the will of this board. We work at the will of the people. There's a process in which the CEO is hired by the board, is evaluated by the board, and there's a fourth vote in place in this policy. And the policy says CEO recommendation, not mandation, if that's a word, mandate. And so I'm fine with the policy as is, because as our CEO, my expectation is our CEO can provide clear and recommendations based on his overall, operations of the administration. And so I would prefer just to leave it as is, and that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. I appreciate Supervisor Gallagher raising this point because I think it is good to think about what the language means as we try on, and I Supervisor Ramos, I like your phrasing of we try to operate in the best case circumstance and think about the worst case circumstance. So in a worst case circumstance, to me, what would happen is the board would say, we're doing this, you know, and so so I think that would be accomplished. I wanted to support the idea of a way to have a discussion about moving operations and moving mitigation out of the fire fund. You know, I'm interested in, you know, trying to figure out, you know, outside the scope of this conversation, how we can look at another funding measure for mitigation work. So I think this would be a really appropriate thing to do. I like that. I'm comforted to understand, Ms. Craig, your current assessment of where we are with the bond rating. So I think that makes sense. So at this point, I am looking for a motion. We have multiple things here. I think I would also just offer some feedback for the future. All these things are related, but it's a lot to have under one agenda item. So I think we can do a group motion here, but for future things, splitting them up. And it looks like Menahan is coming, but Supervisor Ramos, did you have a?
I had two clarifying questions on the mid-year budget amendments, but I can wait for our treasurer tax collector.
Good afternoon, Board. As somebody who's both old and has been here for a long time, I have a little bit of historical reference to these fund balance policies as I was part of the creation of them. The original policy was a 10% general reserve and a 10% designation for fiscal uncertainty, which morphed into an assignment. The thought process behind it was to make sure that we were covered for any emergency situation, which after we created it, we had a tendency to use often, to provide sufficient working capital to comply with GFOA's 2 months of working capital, to prove to credit rating agencies that we were a conservative county and that we were above the GFOA's recommendation. But finally, to provide the board with ultimate flexibility in times of need. And when we look what's happening in Washington, D.C., that's what we're talking about. The current policy, I would argue, is actually more restrictive than the old. Even though we're moving from a 20% reserve policy down to a 15, there are a couple of key pieces that I think you need to consider. One is the general reserve, as Supervisor Gallagher pointed out, once it's set, you cannot change it. It can only be set as part of the budget. You can use it for declared emergencies and fiscal emergencies as well, but that's it. And you have to wait for the following year to make any changes to that. Whereas the designation for fiscal uncertainty is at the discretion of your board. It's just like a budget adjustment. 4/5 vote allows you to go ahead and change that designation. There's also the second part that is incredibly important is there are two different measurements. The general reserve is based on a combined expenditure of the general fund and Health and Human Services, whereas the designation for fiscal uncertainty in the general fund only relates to the general fund's expenditures. So when we increase the general reserve by 15% in the general fund, it's a 5% increase covering both the general fund and HHSA, whereas the 10% is just on the general fund. So you're effectively restricting more funds in your next budget than you would be if you kind of adopted the prior policy. The prior policy was given, we created it during a time of financial strife. The full goal was to provide the board with additional flexibility. And I think, you know, through all of these conversations, I think that's what we're missing in the explanation. Understand that we're going to move towards the GFOA's policy. We already were there. This is just a means. The old policy was designed for ultimate flexibility for the Board of Supervisors during times of uncertain fiscal situations. And the number of times I've heard uncertainty spoken during this agenda item really kind of pushes back to what we were trying to. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any, but I just wanted to make sure we all understood what we were.
Thank you, Mr. Menahan. So with that, I'm going to come back to the board and look for a.
I did have my two questions on the mid-year budget adjustment, if I may, Chair. The first one is on A, under the general fund, on the CEO request number 1. And there is an increase being requested. Is that coming from available general fund balance?
That is coming from 3 sources. You can see it's actually doing a reduction in BOS salaries, a reduction in BOS rents, and it's also recognizing an increase in interest earnings. So none of that is coming from fund balance.
Okay. And then for, thank you. And then for sheriff, we are moving from the salaries and wages over.
Correct. And so we project that because the sheriff has quite a bit of vacancies, there's going to be money left over there. And so that savings we're projecting, we're asking to move that to those 2 other subdivisions.
Into overtime. So we're doing that now, although not incurred?
We are projecting to do that as part of the mid-year because we're assuming the salary and wages for sheriff operations, the 136 is going to be lower than what was originally in the budget. So there'll be money there to move to investigations.
But yes,
So
Supervisor Ramos, the Sheriff's Department is anticipating that the coroner division will not have adequate appropriation to finish the year.
And so I guess my recollection of the past is we've always had kind of a true up at mid-year where we're looking at how much we've spent. And so this is forward looking.
This is done exactly the same as it has been every year, where departments are looking at their actual activity and projecting what they're going to need to finish the year based on their current operations. And any amendments for appropriation that come forward to the board at this time in order to reflect that.
I guess what I'm getting at here is it would be incredibly helpful in these requests that we understand why in the categories, if there is an increase in there, why there's that increase in there. And so I guess what's missing here is the picture of why did we have, on the first one, why do we have the decrease in the BOS salaries and wages? What has happened, understanding the vacancies at the sheriff's office. I understand you've used up the overtime because we have vacancies. When I think about this document is the justification as to why we're spending this money. And this does not paint a full picture. This number 2 had the opportunity, if it had the word that given the vacancies, it has the opportunity to flag to this board the need for a discussion of what's our vacancy rate over there that we're needing to spend this much money right now. And so when I think about these justifications, I'd like to know more about them. Those are the first 2, but I think that this, if it is simply the COLA adjustment that has gone into play, and we've discussed this before in last year's budget amendments, if it's simply the COLA adjustment that is the need, that's the motivation for needing to, the reasoning, behind needing to adjust under salaries and benefits, then simply just say COLA, negotiated COLA. But if it's something else, then I think we need to know that. And vacancies is most definitely one that we would need to know. Likewise, if there's another division that is also having those pressures of vacancies that is requiring this type of a mid-year budget adjustment, you know, we do need to know that. What my hope is that this will also translate over to when we get to the budget. What's the summary page? What do you call that? That first one where you're telling us all the things, the highlights.
Narrative, yeah.
The narrative. Thank you. It's long and I'm hungry. I hope that what this does is that informs that when the budget comes forward, that those narratives are truly telling us that breakdown. We need to understand, Mr. Sanchez, you said it, our largest expense is our salaries and wages. And we need to have, but not all salaries and wages are alike. Definitely vacancies and hiring trends and retirements and our 3 tiers of retirements all inform that. And I think in order for us to really be making those well-informed fiscal decisions, we need to have that breakdown and that justification in here.
Yeah, I agree. I like the concept of a little more narrative here. I think for me, that's something we've had ongoing conversations. And I think last year's budget had more narrative than the year before. So I think we're on a positive trend. But having narrative here will help us roll into that budget cycle with an understanding of what's going on. Okay, let's see. Supervisor Gallagher.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and I do agree with Supervisor Ramos in terms of giving us the full story in terms of the mid-year budget amendments. I'm very interested in what our treasurer had to say about this policy, and I don't know that I feel totally comfortable going ahead with approving it, knowing that is his position. I think, he really is our expert on this. And so, I'd like to hear from other board members' responses to that. I think that he brings up some really excellent points, and I want to make sure that we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you. I guess I will weigh in here. I think it's important that we have our reserve at least 15% because that's the GFOA standard. And that, what I'm hearing from Ms. Craig is that gets us where we need to be in terms of looking like a solid financial ship for a bond rating. And I feel a little bit like we're relitigating a decision we made a year ago, which we have every right to do. But that, the concept of fiscal uncertainty is something that at any moment we can say we need to access funds in our general fund. And so I'm not clear that we need this specific category. It sounds like it's not something that we're going to be looked at as running a more prudent ship from a lender perspective. So I'm comfortable with the recommendation today. I think Supervisor Ramos's point about bumping that number up slightly, I can be supportive of that, but I'm comfortable with the tracking our GFOA standards.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
The GFOA standards change because what I heard from Treasurer Minahan was that we were at the GFOA standards before. And now I'm hearing we need to be at 16.44.
I heard him say that we were at the GFOA standards when you considered in the fiscal uncertainty. And so that raised it above the 10% up to actually, when it was adopted, 20%, and until last year, 23%. I'd also like to help you understand that even though we don't have anything required for fiscal uncertainty, it doesn't mean that we might not recommend to put money into fiscal uncertainty. We retained available fund balance this year. We didn't call it fiscal uncertainty, but that is what we came to the board when there were storms and asked for $9.5 million. That was from available fund balance, which if we had classified it still in fiscal uncertainty, it would have been in fiscal uncertainty to come to you. Either of those still take 4/5 vote. There's no difference in how to access that. We have just kept the flexibility at the available fund balance, but if we determine that it's in our better interest to have some funds in fiscal uncertainty, that will also be a recommendation.
All right, other comments at this point? Okay, if not, then I will ask someone.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just, may I, based on Supervisor Gallagher, I want to comment. I appreciate Mr. Minahan coming forward, but for the record, I share a different opinion. I do not agree with some of the things that his opinion on this. There are many ways to do a budget. There are many ways to do a budget. And we will recommend a spending plan for your board in the months ahead. And you hold my position accountable for doing that. The treasurer tax collector is not responsible for development of the budget. I just share a different opinion. I shared that with Mr. Minahan yesterday after he sent our staff an email yesterday. And doesn't mean that I don't like him and appreciate him and value his opinion, but I share a different one.
Thank you, Mr. Alsop. Okay, so at this point, we have the recommended action, which is to adopt a resolution to modify the policy for budgetary controls, approve the annual budget policy guidelines, and approve the mid-year budget amendments. We could take those individually or
take them separately, please.
Sure.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. So let's see. So Supervisor, well, I can go ahead and make a motion to adopt a resolution to modify the policy for budgetary controls.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 And that includes and approve an annual budget policy guidelines.
No, we're just taking them one at a time. We're going to do
The
policy
controls,
for
okay.
budgetary controls, annual budget policy guidelines, and mid-year report. So I'll refresh for Ms. Hoskins. I made the motion, and Supervisor Alessio seconded it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I will make a second motion to adopt a resolution for the annual budget policy guidelines. Sarah, second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
No.
Okay, so motion by Cottrell, second by Manfree? No, Alessio. We have a 3-2 vote on that one. Okay, and then we will go to the mid-year report. Can I get a motion to approve the mid-year report?
So moved.
Sarah, second? I'll second that. All those in favor? Aye. Any?
Sorry, I'm
Yeah,
sorry
sure.
about the
No, that's-
question. I just need, I mean, I feel like I need more information. I don't want to necessarily vote no because I want people to be able to go ahead and do what they need to do in their departments. If we approve this, can we still get you to come back with a more detailed explanation?
Yes, free to meet with you anytime, provide any additional information for any of these transactions.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I mean, I'll. Or did you have a comment?
What everyone's understanding at this point, what we're doing is we're liquidating out fiscal uncertainty on these mid-year budgets. We're absolutely moving that money over. That is what is included in here. If there were consideration of a substitute motion to take the reclassification of the fund balance separately, I'd be happy to join in because I agree. I think all the work that we need to do is incredibly important for the services, but I think that the reclassification of the fund balance at a mid-year point is, it's not the right time to do it. I think that this could definitely be done through the actual budget process that allows an in-depth discussion to this.
This adjustment is to meet last year's policy, well, actually this fiscal year's policy. So right now we are not in compliance with this fiscal year's policy, the 24-25. And if we don't make this adjustment sometime before June 30th, then we are not in compliance with the policy that was adopted this time last year. That is why that reclassification is listed, is purely to increase the general reserve up to the required $60 million. $64 million.
So a question on that. So this board approved, or the previous board approved that policy. Help us understand why the reclassification of funds did not happen.
Because
I think that's getting to
the auditor controller had not closed the books yet until December. Okay. And we did not know how much to then bring forward to that recommendation for reclassification. Once that was done, then we included it in this action to the board. It could have come sometime in the last 2 months, but this is the time then we put it with everything else.
Okay. So this motion, in effect, doing this reclassification brings us into compliance with our own board policy that we made.
Correct.
Okay.
By ensuring the general reserve meets the 15%.
Okay.
And it is using the fiscal uncertainty funds that were designated for that purpose. Otherwise, it would need to use available fund balance, and then you wouldn't have any available to roll over into next year. There are also many other designations, restrictions, reservations of fund balance that we showed you in a slide at our forecast, but those are also items that we're monitoring. So while we are talking about 2 or 3 of what we call buckets, there are a dozen of them that we are monitoring and ensuring that they are being used to the board direction that has previously been provided.
Okay, got it. Well, Supervisor Ramos, I agree that continuing conversation makes sense. And so I'm interested in that. I also am interested in coming into compliance. So I would support a motion on this item today. And I'd like to ask staff if there's a way we can, because it sounds like we need to have a discussion about fiscal uncertainty. If we feel like there's some, anyway, I think there's more discussion needed to be had on that. So there is a line item here that there's a 4/5 vote required, and that is for this mid-year.
Correct. Amendments to the budget require a 4/5 vote.
Okay. And if that doesn't pass by 4/5, can you walk us through what happens there?
We will let the departments know that those funds are not available and that they will need to make adjustments.
Okay. Okay. So with that, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the mid-year budget amendment.
Chair, real quick, I think we had a motion, a second, and then we had a clarification.
You're correct. Thank you. Ms. Hoskins, can you remind us of what we had for
I believe
the
that was
final?
on the fiscal, the review and acceptance of the fiscal year 2024-25 mid-year fiscal review. I believe it was on that section.
Amendments.
Microphone.
I should have a mic. On the resolution, I heard first by Chair Cottrell, second by Supervisor Alessio on the resolution. Then we moved on to the policy for budgetary controls. What I heard was first by Supervisor Cottrell, second by Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Ramos, Supervisor Gallagher voted no, and Supervisor Manfrey voted yes.
Not on the controls.
I don't think that's
The guidelines, that's the policy.
So I'm saying on this
one.
motion, on this one for the mid-year budget adjustments, there was a motion.
Yeah, I think
It was interrupted, so I didn't write it, so I figured we would have to vote on that again, but
Can we
county
go
council
over this?
can.
Yeah, I believe
Yep.
the first motion that I made was on the, approving the policy for budget controls, not on the resolution.
Correct.
And then the
Correct.
second motion
Got
was
it.
on approval of the annual budget policy guidelines. And where we
Correct.
are now is on approval of the mid-year budget amendments.
Okay, I
If
was
I-
out of order.
If I can, for the interest of time, since, boy, it's been a long morning, I will make a motion to approve the mid-year budget amendments with a request that staff come back and we look at appointing an ad hoc committee to work through the fiscal uncertainty and the funding levels of the fiscal uncertainty in the next budget.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right, motion carries. And is there clarity for staff around the request of Supervisor Ramos that is built into that?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. All right. Thank you. So with that, we will, we have no public hearing for special district or other public hearings. So I will move to item 14 and ask Ms. Bratton to announce them.
Thank you, Chair Cottrell. The board will be recessing into closed session under 14A, conference with legal counsel regarding Cassie McKee versus County of Napa. And then also under 14B, public employee performance evaluation with the director of PBES. And we'll come out and report out when we're done.
Thank you. So we will come back here after those closed session and report out on those closed session items. Thank you. So we will recess. And all right, we are back from closed session. Ms. Bratton, can you report out for us, please?
Thank you, Chair Cottrell. Reporting out on item 14A, existing litigation, Cassie McKee versus County of Napa. On February 25th, 2025, the board voted unanimously to approve an offer of $148,500 to settle the matter, which I can now report now that the settlement agreement has been accepted by the other side. This will resolve everything related to the matter involved in that case. On agenda item 14B, the board met in closed session for the performance evaluation of the director of PBES, and there's no reportable action taken. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we are at item 15, adjournment. So I will adjourn this meeting to the next Board of Supervisors regular meeting on Tuesday, March 25th at 9 a.m. Thank you.